Thank you. We're live, Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to call to order the City Council meeting of March 5th, 2024. Welcome, everyone. It was a beautiful day, and I just want to thank staff, council and staff for a wonderful retreat on Friday. Tonight's meeting is a hybrid meeting. Community members are welcome to join us either in person or remotely through Zoom or by the telephone. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Here.
Councilmember Black.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Councilmember Pascal.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on two topics. The first is Cascade Water Alliance Supply Negotiations Update, and we have special guests. The second is the 2044 Comprehensive Plan Guiding Principles and Housing Element Policy Briefing. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So as you said, we have a special guest tonight to make this presentation is Chuck Clark, who is the former CEO of the Cascade Water Alliance, but has returned on special assignment to help Cascade through the negotiations with Tacoma and Seattle. He's here to present a briefing, and he has staff here with him to answer questions. This presentation is actually going to be run remotely by Chuck Diva, our interim public works director. So with that, I will turn it over to Chuck. Welcome.
Thanks, Kurt. And it's a pleasure to be here this evening. I thought it would be helpful to bring everybody up to speed on the discussions we've been having with Seattle and Tacoma over the last several years on contract negotiations, contract extension negotiations for where we get our water starting in 2039. We're hopefully going to be able to make some progress either with Seattle or Tacoma, and so today I'll go through some of the discussions we've been having, where we are. Next, truck. So I'll hit you a quick overview of Cascade, some current contract terms. So we have a current contract with Seattle. Why we're going through negotiations now, an overview of what we've gotten as far as proposals from both Seattle and Tacoma, Cascade staff's preliminary recommendation after having looked at both the Tacoma and Seattle proposals. A little bit about money we've started to collect in 2021 called the Water Supply Development Fund, and then finally go through quickly what a decision timeline would be for Cascade's board. Next. As you may know, Cascade is made up of 7 members. It was created about 25 years ago. Actually, if you look back at the original contracts, you'll see I signed them all, but that was when I was the director of Seattle Public Utilities rather than at Cascade. And right before that, I was the deputy mayor at Seattle. So I've been involved in the discussions on water for a long time, but particularly involved in the discussions on Cascade since its formation. And it's been a long adventure for all the members of Cascade in making progress in negotiations with Seattle. We're 7 members. We are about 25% of Seattle's entire demand. About 50% goes to retail. And then the rest is split amongst a number of wholesale customers, but Cascade and its members are about 25% of the demand. As you well know, it's led by a board of directors, all elected officials. It's a great model, one of the better models I've seen for governance with these kinds of issues since it's all elected officials. I've been doing work for about the last 5 years down in Oregon, facilitating some work where Tualatin and some of the cities are withdrawing from this city of Portland water system, and I keep using the Cascade example as one that they should be taking a look at setting up. It makes decisions, it provides policy direction to the staff, and has allowed Cascade to operate in a very efficient way. I think one of the best organizations I've been involved with in the country, and I have been involved in water issues for a long time, both when I was at Seattle, but also when I was the director of Department of Ecology and I was the director for the regional office of EPA. I've been involved in water issues in this region. Next. Currently, the terms of the contract with Seattle, we purchase 33.3 million gallons per day. It's called a block contract. It's called a take-or-pay contract. So if you don't use it, you still pay for 33.3 million gallons of water. It's offered at a discount over what the other wholesale customers pay. It's been that way since the contract was signed. The reason Seattle was willing to agree to that was, from a Seattle perspective, they always knew how much revenue they were going to be receiving because they knew that they had a set block they were going to be getting from Cascade. So they were willing to offer a slight discount for the certainty in return of knowing how much water. So in a bad water year, you're still paying for that. And it allowed Seattle to plan much more effectively than they would have otherwise. We currently use somewhere around 28 million gallons a day on average. It bounces around between 27 and 29 million gallons a day. And the current contract starts to decline, the block starts to decline in 2039. So before I left Cascade, I'd extended the block contract through 2039, but it does start decreasing, and then between then and 2063, it drops down to about 5 million gallons a day, 5.3 million gallons a day, that in perpetuity, Seattle would be selling to Cascade. Next. If you look at the graph, you can see why we're taking a look at contract extensions now. If we didn't get a contract extension, we'd have to start looking at having lake taps in service by 2042. And although lake taps is a nice insurance policy for Cascade, it was purchased as an insurance policy for Cascade in the region. It still is exceedingly expensive to build a new treatment facility, and as you can tell, it would probably cost about $2 billion. So the alternative is to look at contract extensions and see what we might be able to do with those contract extensions. If you're going to build new treatment and a pipeline, it's about 15 or 20 years worth of planning and permitting that goes into doing that. So it made sense to try to get the extension now. Otherwise, in the next year or two, we would have to start planning for the treatment at Lake Tapps. Next. And as you can tell by this graph, if you look at the water that's available in the region now predicted out through 2060, and you look at Tacoma, Seattle, and Snohomish County, Everett, there's a lot of water still in the region. And over the next several decades, this region is going to start looking more and more at regional interties to be able to regionalize water supply. At the end of the day, as you look at climate change and you look at other risks associated with earthquakes or other significant events, it makes sense to have the system intertied. If you're familiar with power systems, they've been intertied for decades and decades and decades. With water systems, it would make sense to be able to use every molecule of water in the region before you run off and start building or trying to build new water reservoirs or water supply alternatives. And although they are exceedingly expensive, they will also be exceedingly difficult to site, they'll be exceedingly difficult to develop, and they'll be exceedingly expensive. So, you know, at the end of the day, if we can figure out a way to provide water as an alternative to Lake Tapps, it makes sense. And this is the reason Cascade got established in the beginning. As I was at Seattle at the time and had lots of conversations during the formation of Cascade, the Cascade members that were established at that time wanted the water decision to be more of a business decision. They wanted to be able to look at the region, since they owned Lake Tapps, look at Lake Tapps and make a fundamental decision periodically over what the next 20 years would hold and what that 20 years could provide to the Cascade members as an alternative. So they were hoping that every 10, 15, 20 years they'd be able to look around and see what the best alternative was for the next 15 or 20 years. And that's the place where we're at right now. We did this about 10 years ago. It's now, again, at the place where we're taking a look at that. Next. So we asked both Seattle and Tacoma for proposals for an extension to extend beyond 2039. The board wanted us to ask for a minimum of 20 years from each, which we did do, and said that we would like that because it would provide enough certainty in supply that we would be able to push off lake taps and not have to start the planning for lake taps. But it would also provide flexibility for future decision makers. So people sitting in your position in 10, 15 years would be able to look at change condition. Is there something going on related to climate change? Look at the growth that's occurred in the region, looked at what water is available in the region, and then make another decision over what the future should hold for Cascade. So you get to make a decision now, but we wanted the flexibility to push it off far enough that the Cascade would be able to make that decision again in the future. What you see we got back from Seattle was a 10-year offer, basically. They would guarantee 10 years. Seattle had it in here, we put it nicely, instead of additional payment, I call it extraction. Seattle wanted to extract $14 million more from Cascade for that 10-year extension. The reason being, they now had second thoughts about the discount, as I mentioned earlier, the discount we get on the block contract. And so they want to extract something to make up for the fact that we've been paying slightly less on a unit cost basis for the last several decades. They then offered they stopped there, and then we went back to them again. They said, oh, we'll give you 2 5-year options, and the first 5-year option will only cost you $20 million more, so a second extraction. They said, you can hold off, and maybe we wouldn't charge you the $20 million, but we won't guarantee that $5 million right now, which would then put us back into taking a look at lake taps. Then they said, besides the 2 5-year extensions, maybe we'll offer you a 40-year extension. But if you look at the terms and conditions they put on the 40-year extension, including a 25% rate premium, and the fact that it requires them to go out and get additional supply, the chance of that ever happening are less than 10%. So it really was kind of a phantom offer in many ways, because there was no way that they were going to be able to offer that. Tacoma, on the other hand, started with a 20-year offer. We had a number of discussions with them. They then said, you know, we might be able to go to 25 years, but we need to do a little bit more work on the mechanics of getting the flow to Cascade, which they have done. And as of about a week and a half ago, that we now have a 25-year offer from Tacoma, with rates about 20% less than what we're currently paying Seattle, a significant rate reduction from what we're paying Seattle. It requires, as you will see in a minute, requires us to build a pipeline, but it is still significantly less expensive over the next 15 or 20 years than the Seattle offer is. Next. From a capital needs perspective, as I just mentioned, if you got a 10-year extension from Seattle, it puts you in the position of having to start doing the work on lake taps sooner rather than later. It makes us have to figure out how to get to the construction of treatment facilities at lake taps. Tacoma requires us to build a pipeline, but allows us to push off the construction of lake taps for a significant period of time. And if you look, and there is going to be an issue probably in the next 2 or 3 years over this, because as you look at these alternative alignments, you'll see the reddish colored or amber colored one on the right. goes up towards Lake Youngs, but it comes up right next to where the Seattle delivery system is, their current pipeline system that delivers water to all of us on the east side. And that's one of the alternatives we're looking at. What really would make sense is for a short line being built from what you'll see is a green line that goes across. That's Tacoma Pipeline number 5. It's right above that where it says South Transmission Pipe for Tacoma option, right above where that green line is. That's where the Tacoma current line is that delivers water. We would connect there, and then we would go north by Lake Youngs. At that point, it would make much more sense, rather than continuing on north, but rather just to tie into the Seattle pipeline and wheel water, in essence, put water in the Seattle system and deliver it, continue to deliver it to our customers. Seattle would not like that, I'm sure, but there are a number of states that have gone to mandatory wheeling, and Cascade would be taking a look at that same, trying to get legislative passed or reaching an agreement with Seattle to allow them to wheel. That saves a significant amount of money and makes much more rational sense because you're using existing pipelines that are currently delivering water anyway. Next. From Tacoma, if Tacoma, you assume a 25-year contract, we'd start the planning work for a pipeline in 25 or 26, again, hopefully a short pipeline. We look at project delivery preparation in 27 to 30, and then we look at getting a pipeline in place by 2040. With Seattle, you get a short extension of starting the planning work, but all of a sudden you get jammed for project delivery because you're only guaranteed 10 years, which means you've got to get lake taps built again up and running. And that is not just a pipeline, that includes treatment. So you're back into the $2 billion figure. Next. So what does that mean money-wise? Kind of get to the bottom line. The Seattle 10-year extension provided a benefit to Cascade of about $53 million because it does extend out our need for construction. If you could get the 2 5-year extensions, which they won't guarantee us, that adds about another 130. If the 40-year conditional contract was really available, it's worth a lot because you'd be able to just extend lake taps all the way out to 2100. The problem is it's, like I mentioned earlier, kind of a phantom offer because of the terms and conditions they put into it. Plus, you'd end up building lake taps at the end of that anyway, so that it nets out where it says 907 at the end of sometime during that period you would have to build lake taps, and it reduces that to about $400 or $500 million. The current Tacoma offer of 25 years is a benefit to Cascade of about $300 million. Next. And you'll see that here, the green line is the Tacoma benefit all the way out through 2037, 2039. The reason that's important is sometime in the mid to late 30s, the Cascade Board and all of you, more than likely, will be taking a look at what the future holds for water supply, and would be, again, at a decision point or be making a decision over whether you're going to continue, and maybe Tacoma was going to extend the offer, or at that point, Seattle may decide that they have surplus water available and sell water. And so you'll have options, again, available to you as you look to the future. So it buys basically 20 years of certainty and then provides the flexibility of looking at market conditions at that point in time and making a decision on what you want to do. And the nice thing is you always have lake taps as a backup. So you're in kind of a buyer's position, not a seller's position. And you're always able to buy something on the market conditions. Tacoma is very interested also and has been more than open about willing to use lake taps as a additional water supply for Tacoma. Seattle has no interest in using lake taps as a potential water supply. And in fact, Seattle is taking a look right now. They went to the market about a couple months ago with a $2 million proposal to take a look at additional water supplies in the region, and specifically excluded lake taps from that examination. And so they don't have any interest in using lake taps. Next. As I mentioned earlier, Seattle's 40-year option is a reasonable option if it was true. And the fact that it just, you can't, the amount of terms and conditions they put on it, including the fact that it needs a new regional water supply or regional interties, make it almost impossible to depend on. And Seattle doesn't like Cascade. And they have decided that they don't like the fact that they have to negotiate with Cascade. They would like to pull Cascade back apart again. And so one of the terms and conditions of the 40-year agreement is only individual members of Cascade could join, would be able to utilize that, not Cascade. So they have been very clear about their uncomfort in dealing with Cascade and negotiating with Cascade. Next. So the preliminary recommendation that we gave to the board, I think about a month and a half ago now, was that from what we've gotten from the two parties, from Seattle and Tacoma, we were recommending Tacoma at this point, and that we were open to additional opportunities from either Seattle or Tacoma, but at this point, the best option was Tacoma. We've gotten, we get more flexibility to adopt the changes like I mentioned earlier. So in 10 or 15 years, you'll be able to take a look at what conditions and be able to make a decision that's best for Cascade and for its members. It's more cost effective for Seattle than Seattle's 10-year extension is, significantly less expensive for every one of our customers. It has lower construction risk and time based on the time that we have. And it really starts the step towards regionalization, where maybe Seattle isn't interested in a regionalization now. They will be eventually, but it allows us to start that possibility of moving on for a regionalized system in all of King County and maybe in Pierce, King, and Snohomish counties. Next. One of the questions that came up, I think, before when there was a staff presentation was there is a water development fund that was established in 2021. It takes new connection, money that Cascade receives for its connection charges, puts it aside into a fund for the future capital construction. It's about $11–12 million now. It's slowly building up. As you know, development hasn't been really strong for this year. It isn't as big, but in those years where you get significant development, it gets significant amount of money contributed there, and that's the only place that money goes. So it's starting to collect money for any construction that needs to get done, and hopefully with development in the future, it may be that it accumulates even a little bit faster. Next. So. From a Cascade board decision timeline, at least right now, this is the fourth presentation I've made, 3 city councils. I've been to Issaquah, Redmond, Kirkland, and I've been to Skyway. Next week is Sammamish Plateau, and I think the week after is Tukwila and Bellevue. So we're making a round of individual meetings with each member board to have a discussion about where we are with the project now. We're going to probably be asking the board at their April board meeting to give us direction to negotiate a contract. So what we've now got in front of us are project proposals. Now it's time to get down to the bottom line of actual terms and conditions, because until you see them on paper, you don't really want to make any assumptions. And so we want to be able to get direction from the board that allows us right now with what we have would mean we would move on with probably taking a look at Tacoma, sitting down with Tacoma, and looking at what terms and conditions that we could negotiate. We have given a lot of time for that, April through September. It may not take that long, but we've set it up so that the board would be asked for a decision sometime in the fall. That timeline could change, but we wanted to give plenty of time in case there are questions or issues that come up. And if we need to come back to each one of our member organizations, we're willing to do that. So we've set it all up to be able to do that, to be able to get a decision by this fall. Next. And that's it. So I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you for coming this evening. We appreciate it. Would you like to go?
You said it. I mean, we've talked about this quite a little bit. Actually, I would suggest that our council probably has a higher working knowledge of this process because of the work the truck's done and because I try to keep you informed about what's going on. I think that part of what I get excited about when we look at this process is that ultimately what we need for this area, what we need for this region is we need redundant, resilient systems that are going to serve us for the long term. And we need the relationships. There's plenty of water. At least Chuck keeps telling me there's plenty of water. There's water in the north. There's water that we haven't even accounted for in these negotiations. So this is going to be a moving target for years to come. And I'm excited about this process and looking forward to further conversations with both Seattle and Tacoma.
Thank you. And for those of you watching, Councilmember Sweet is the chair of the Cascade Water Board. So, anybody else? Deputy Mayor Arnold. Oh, you're Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Chuck, for being here tonight. You touched on this a little bit in your presentation, but I was wondering if you could kind of just expand on relationships and with Tacoma and Seattle. Like what? I mean, I think you've used the term partnership in the past. Mm-hmm. Could you kind of explain a little bit more about how that relationship with Seattle kind of how was it and how is it changing from kind of a partnership? And then what do we see Tacoma being? And how are they kind of treating Cascade in terms of that partnership? Because that's ultimately really important. It's a contractual relationship, but I think being on really good terms and having that respectful relationship is important as well.
Great question. I'll start with the good, I guess, maybe, and that is the evolving relationship with Tacoma. And partly it's because of where Tacoma sits with water right now. If you have followed Tacoma, they recently lost a large paper processing facility, which used about 13 million gallons a day of water. And so their demand has been down. They know that they're going to have to look at where they're going to be able to sell water to. They have been exceedingly interested in getting a partnership in place with Cascade. Been very cooperative every time we have looked at what the terms and conditions might be. Have gone and looked to try to extend it from 20 to 25 years because they would like that. In their mind, they'd like it to become a permanent relationship. And we all, none of us know what it will look like in 20 or 30 years in the region, but they're hoping this sets up a partnership going forward with Cascade as really their major, user of water. Seattle has been more interesting. When I came back in May as CEO and I looked at the contract terms, the first day I was back, I called Seattle and my question was, why don't you want Cascade to contract with you anymore? I mean, I looked at, I worked, I mean, I was there for 10 years. I looked at, I know the demand curves, I know firm yield, I know all those issues, and I didn't understand why they were only looking at a 10-year agreement and why they thought they needed to extract additional money. I mean, again, you know, it was a long time ago that I signed the contract, but I know why I signed it and that we were comfortable with that. And we've had long engaged discussions about water supply, about water demand. They have admitted that they're taking an exceedingly conservative view of what water is available, in their water system, what's available in the region, and therefore they are not willing to go beyond 10 years. It's been a little bit of a challenge because they've said, well, that first 5-year extension, we're probably 90% sure, 95% sure that you'd get it. And I go like, well, then why don't you just give it to us and you could make it a 15-year agreement, and they're not willing to do that. They have wanted to shift all the risk, this is my view of the world, shift all the risk onto Cascade and its members and charge more money for that. You know, we have offered even to them, just give us a 20-year extension, honor the contract we currently have with you through 2039, then give us a 20-year extension and we'll pay just whatever all the rest of your wholesale customers are paying. And it still is, it's worth an extra $150 million to them over that extension, and they haven't been interested in that. So it's been a challenge, to say the least. It is not a very comfortable discussion nor negotiation when we're looking at that, because when you want to sit down with a partner and negotiate, you tend to look at both sides and what their needs are and then try to reach some agreement. That's not the way it's been going with Seattle, and it's been troubling at best. And I've told them, give me something reasonable. I mean, I do have a parochial interest since I was in Seattle all that time, but I haven't been able to I've gotten 2 or 3 other alternatives. They now have said a week ago, I had them on all again. We had them a discussion, and they said, well, why don't you give us another option, give us another alternative. We may or may not do that at this point, but we're just challenged. Let's put it that way.
Well, yeah, thanks for the added context, because, I mean, I think it kind of helps point us in a direction that I think we're going to, come out of this in a stronger and better position for our ratepayers.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you so much for making the trip to Kirkland, all of you.
Thank you.
So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on to the 2044 Comprehensive Plan Guiding Principles and Housing Element Policy Briefing Number 1. City Manager.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think I put the emphasis on briefing number 1 on this. So this is our first check-in with the council on the housing elements of the comp plan. We're interested in council feedback on both the information received and also if you have questions or thoughts on the process we're using to look at the comp plan update. So here to walk you through that is our senior planner, Scott Guter, and Adam Weinstein, our Public Works Planning and Building Director, is also here in case you have questions.
A little short.
Just remember to put it down when you're.
Okay. One. Okay. Which one am I supposed to do? Thank you. All right. And I'm trying to. Forgive me, it's been a while. There we go. Here we are. All right, so I'm here to present on some draft guiding principles and select housing element policies. So I know this is going to be a really tight timeframe that we're working with, so I'm just going to get right into a lot of this stuff. Let's see if I can move. Do I move? Do I move? Okay, so here's the agenda tonight. I got about 40 slides. Many of these are going to include the guiding principles and the policies that we're going to be discussing, so keep that in mind. I was asked to also present on some of the timeline for the update to our comprehensive plan. I'll go through that. Then quickly jump into the guiding principles, the draft guiding principles that were developed by staff after input from City Council and Planning Commission. And then we'll jump into some background on some housing and then set it up for a discussion on the draft housing element that staff selected. So first, I'm just going to give you a little, this is really high level, and these are all kind of going to shift around a little bit. But where we're at right now is we're providing a lot of briefings. In between this month and the next, we're going to be providing a lot of, briefings to City Council on these topics right here: housing, transportation, economic development, utilities, public services, capital facilities, and the neighborhood plans that we're studying. Then there's then we're going to take a pause with City Council, and we're going to go into some open houses and some hearings in June, April through June. Then we're going to come back with taking that feedback, updating the comprehensive plan based on those hearings and the community feedback. We're going to come back to City Council with draft versions of the entire comprehensive plan. So that'll be everything that we're discussing here for input, and a couple of study sessions in October. And that includes also the transportation strategic plan, and then final adoption in December. And that's where it's going to be. And again, these are pretty broad. They might shift a little bit. So on to the draft guiding principles. Now, I'm not gonna run through these or jump into these. I'm just going to present the questions up next that I presented in the staff report and for City Council. They are grouped. The slides are grouped into those categories: the livable and welcoming, sustainable and resilient, and connected. So we have already received some feedback from council members, and we will be taking that into consideration, as well as any input that we receive tonight. And so here are the questions that we have for you regarding providing feedback on specific guiding principle language, and then if there's any themes or concepts you believe we need to incorporate, and then we'll bring back to you again to kind of discuss these in the future. And so I can go through these one at a time. We can, if you want to provide any feedback, or if you would like to move past this and I can get your broad feedback at this point in time.
I think we should provide feedback on the guiding principles, and I see Deputy Mayor is ready to go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Scott. I appreciate in the packet that you've got the current draft and then the original that we looked at. One thing that was lost between the two that I would like to see under sustainable and resilient is some specific language on climate change. That was included in the previous one, and we really have an opportunity in Kirkland to lead in our built environment, promoting electrification, energy efficiency, waste reduction. And those are policies that already exist if you go into the next level down. So I think it applies as a guiding principle. The other thing related that I'd like to see is climate change adaptation. because that's something, in addition to what we do about our greenhouse gas emissions, we're going to be having to deal with the impact of climate change, and would want to think about some specific policies around that as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Scott. And as Scott knows, and I'll let my colleagues know, I'm one of the council members that has provided some detailed suggestions on the guiding principles to the planning staff. So I just wanted to make sure my colleagues were aware of that. And I really appreciate Deputy Mayor's comment about climate change. That was one of my suggestions under the sustainability, is that we make sure we address that. Other examples of the type of comments I made were, including effective public transit under livability, not just connectivity. And then also these are just examples, also wanted to sort of highlight it's, a sustainable, vibrant, inviting place, not just to live, work, and visit, but also to operate a business. I think it's part of what our goals here. I can just stop right there because Scott and company have my changes, but that kind of gives you a sense of where I was going with my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you so much, Scott and team, for bringing this to us tonight. I'm trying to think of how I want to share my thoughts. I won't get too much into wordsmithing tonight, just kind of share my higher level thoughts on it. I think these are pretty good, and I think there's a little bit of room for improvement. I've said so many times in the past that I really think it's really important that we have a couple of lenses in all the work we do, specifically an equity lens and a sustainability lens in all the work we do as a city. And so that's some of my comments. We talk about folks like feeling welcomed. I'd like to use the language of belonging, for example. We talk about neighborhoods. Let's talk about communities. In the sustainable and resiliency, I also agree with Deputy Mayor. I had a note around climate change. I don't see anything about environmental justice on here that I would expect to see. And so I would love for our DEIB manager to take a read through these and provide any input from an equity lens as well as our sustainability team to take a look through all of them, not just the sustainable one, but again, I think it's a really important lens for all the work that we do. I also want to make sure it's really actionable. There's some language in here that we will seek to empower the community. Let's just get rid of that and empower the community, right? Let's be really actionable and really to hold ourselves, our feet to the fire a little bit to make sure that we do that. With the connected guiding principle, I mentioned this when we had our discussion. Is it the vision statement, like the larger statement? Is that what we call it? Has that come back? I'm not sure if that's come back to us, but I remember giving input on that statement. When we talked about connecting neighborhoods, that it was really important for us to connect within communities and not just connect different neighborhoods or different communities, but within, and I don't see that reflected here. And I think that's really crucial to have kind of that hyper-local connections, because that has a lot of implications for equity, for sustainability, on things that we've talked about, such as accessory commercial units, on pocket parks, on active transportation infrastructure. That's really crucial to not just connect like different business centers or, whatever it is, but really connect communities within themselves as well. That hyperlocal focus is really important. So I want to see that not only in the larger vision statement, but also in the guiding principles. I don't really understand the last point on the slide of connected, the support appropriate technologies that connect, inform, and involve residents, businesses, and visitors. I'm not sure what that means. So I'd like a little bit more information about that before I really have thoughts on that. As it is, I would probably delete the word appropriate and just, support technologies. And I see residents, businesses, and visitors. I don't see students. I don't see workers and employees listed there. I think that's really important that we really think of everyone who will exist within our city. We talk about like live, work, and play. I like to just say be, like it's a good place to be or an excellent place to be, because there's so many different reasons that folks could be in our city. And I wouldn't think that a student would see themselves as visiting, or an employee at Evergreen, for example, or one of our schools would see themselves as visiting. They work in the city, and I want to make sure that their voices are included and not just business owners. And this makes it sound like it's just business owners that are going to be included in that. So I would make sure to include that. Also, on the connected, we talk about a multimodal transportation system. We talk, again, about bicycle and pedestrians. That's not very inclusive for folks in our communities with disabilities who use mobility aids. Let's make sure to include language for that. I also feel like we're missing a future looking perspective of like other types of mobility devices, like personal electronic, there are other things other than bicycles, right? And so I'm not sure the right language to use there, but I want to make sure we really are future thinking in the language we use as well as inclusive. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have feedback also. So similar to Councilmember Falcone, we did give feedback on the vision statement, and I don't believe we've seen that again. And to my mind, the vision statement informs these guiding principles. Council, I also wordsmithed this greatly and had sent it to Scott and Adam last night. So my comments are very similar to what you've already heard. I did remove the statement, create a community that is well-designed and encourage thoughtful growth to meet the community's vision while also celebrating our past. Not really sure what that's supposed to mean, and I think that the well-designed and thoughtful is incorporated in other aspects of this. I did do some word changing, such as neighborhoods, I moved to communities, well-designed, I moved to well-maintained. I included sustainability actions and some of the similar things that have already been said. So I wish you Godspeed on taking all of our input and coming back with something that works for all of us. But I do think it's important that we see this again. To my mind, this is setting the roadmap for how we move forward through this comp plan. So I'm looking forward to seeing it again.
We'll bring those back to you, including the vision statement.
Thank you.
Just quick response on the vision statement.
Yeah. As Scott mentioned, Mayor Curtis, we can definitely bring back the vision statement. I think I want to make it clear we did incorporate all of the feedback that we got from all of council, especially you, Mayor, and Deputy Mayor Arnold, and Toby Nixon, Councilmember Nixon, all provided very detailed comments. There might have been another council member that provided detailed comments. We did incorporate that into the vision statement. We can certainly bring it back soon with the revisions to the guiding principles. So.
Thank you. I just think it's helpful for us to see it so we know what we said, so that we stay true to that. So thank you. Proceed.
Okay. I'll skip over these. So I'm going to provide some housing background, just so that we can set these draft policies up for council. So as many of you know, that the recent legislation has changed how we approach the topic of housing. That fundamentally we have to now accommodate, plan for and accommodate. We have to understand like our legacy, the legacy that we of zoning and how that has impacted access to housing in our community. I won't list all of these off, but ultimately we have to understand our our place in the broader context, the regional context of what we're trying to do to provide more housing for our communities. So with that in mind, here's some background from Puget Sound Regional Council. The basic trends that are that we're following here locally as well is that we are getting older and we're becoming more diverse. I think the only thing that I think that we're kind of like holding steady on so far, but there's no reason why this trend line will continue to go down. Is currently we are kind of held flat on our household sizes at this point, but there's all indications that by 2050 that we will have similar patterns that direction as well. More locally, we're looking at only a select few that can actually live and work within Kirkland. Most of our people that come into Kirkland live elsewhere, and a large portion of those who live here also work elsewhere. This should come no surprise to you. Both the median rent and median household sales price is increased dramatically. These are pretty record-breaking trends here. Also, occupancies or vacancies, sorry, have like dipped in both categories. This slide is maybe a little bit hard to take in, but what it's talking about is breaking down the lower income brackets that you see down below on the very bottom. And it's showing the total number of households that fall within those income brackets and the total number that are cost burdened. And they're, basically paying more than 30% of their income to supply to housing costs, and that represents about 74% in the lowest, 77 and 64% respectively. And these blue lines represent the amount of housing that we're providing to those cost-burdened residents, and you can see that we're kind of falling short in supplying housing for those residents in those income brackets. This should also be no surprise to you. Most of the cost burden falls along predictable racial and ethnic demographics, with Black, Hispanic, and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander populations receiving the most, being the most cost burdened. We have received some local input. Broadly, the themes that we're hearing through our various community engagement activities, and these are the list of the community engagement that we did throughout 2023 and into 2024, and largely the themes fall along a concern of for renters, seniors, and low-income populations, and the community has a deep desire for seeing more diverse and affordable housing near transit in our community. Kind of breaking down a little bit more of the survey responses that we received. We received, I think it was like 684 survey respondents. This particular, I think that was the most that we received in all of the surveys that were broadcast out to the community. The pool of people, or the pool of respondents that fell closest to our residential population were people that are white and populations that are Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander. The demographic that was more represented than our resident community, it was the Black and African American community at 2.3% versus 0.7%. So getting into like housing needs, we asked broadly respondents about their housing needs. All respondents broadly felt like, single family was, the most needed. But if you break this down into populations that are below area median income, or the populations that were surveyed that were unhoused, that those housing types get smaller, and they require more supportive housing types. So we also broke this down, these housing needs from between homeowners and renters, those who responded. And you'll see that renters generally trend more dense housing types in their needs. So I'm going to just step back a little bit and talk about, our housing allocation that King County has directed us to accommodate for, and some factors that affect the supply and affordability. Predictably, supply is constrained when we have about twice as many jobs as there are houses being developed. We have also constraints that are that are on our communities by zoning them for low-density, single-family only for majority of our cities. It's like 2/3 of housing units in our region are only zoned single-family. Although we have recently made strides to correct that, we're not seeing large trends in any specific direction, other than we are getting more of that housing. We're just going to need to take a few more steps into helping that out. We also don't have a lot of housing close to transit, which means that households are now just transferring cost onto their transportation budgets. And as already demonstrated, our household sizes are becoming smaller, and therefore demand, it's a constraint on demand, or at least it's a demand on the same type of housing that we are, the same number of housing, more people. Here, I've taken our allocations by King County, and I've broken them up into this kind of this graphic that was given to us by the Department of Commerce. And so what this image is showing is like what type of housing will support the income brackets that are shown here. And largely, most of the income brackets that we need to fulfill are going to be housed through apartments, and then as you move up the income spectrum a little bit more by multiplex and then single family. This is just to kind of give you a sense of like where the types of housing that we're going to need to produce more of in our city. This is probably some slides that you might have seen before related to land use. These are the four the four community initiated amendment requests. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw an out. That will provide about 2,100, just accounting for just the projects that you see here, the Parmac Business Park, the Goodwill site, and the Michael site all have housing unit numbers that they're proposing. They're going to produce roughly about 2,150 units, which would give us roughly about 215 affordable housing units if they were built that would be affordable to households at 50% AMI. And backing up just a little bit, that's just going to scrape the surface over here on one edge of our housing needs. So there's some need to think pretty creatively on how we're going to continue to supply housing toward those lower income brackets. Sorry for the juggling around. The other areas that we're studying with our land use changes are corridors, where we are currently studying housing units at denser levels at a radius of about a quarter mile from these corridors. And these are 50 unit per acre capacities that we're studying here. Not all of this is going to be 50 units per acre. We think that there's going to be certain areas where, you know, either the critical areas or just the levels of service might be a little bit too great. But to manage that, but we're studying just more broadly a 50 unit per acre density along these corridors as you see here. This could, greatly increase the supply, and we'll be looking at probably along the corridors, different types of densities that look a little bit more like this. And then for areas that are, oops, I'm sorry. I don't know what I did there. I'll escape that probably. Oh, there we go.
Hey, while Scott is adjusting the Zoom, just wanted to clarify something on the 50 units per acre. That's really what we're studying for the purposes of the environmental review for the comprehensive plan. It's a sort of all-encompassing maximum development amount. We want to make sure that the community is aware of the maximum that development is being considered at in terms of density. We want to make sure that we're analyzing the potential impacts of that in the EIS, but that's not necessarily, doesn't necessarily correlate with what we would ultimately zone for. We might ultimately decide to zone for something that's substantially less than 50 units an acre, so it's really a maximum envelope of development.
Yeah. So these are densities that we are studying. They also would indicate, something that we can at least kind of entertain. Oh my gosh. There we go. I'm touching the wrong part of the screen. Sorry about that. But it's just to put a visual to like what we're thinking about in these areas. These densities don't necessarily all translate to 50 units per acre. These are going to be along a spectrum here, as you can see. And then in those areas where we are directing growth in our urban centers, we'll be looking, again, as usual, towards, denser types, taller types of housing typologies, which would be consistent with what the public is expecting and what we've already planned for. So as it relates to how we've broken up the goals and policies, the draft goals and policies, we put them, we're matching the regional housing strategy, which puts these in 3 broad buckets, primarily adding supply, providing stability for our current population, and then creating long-term subsidy programs for the creation of very low-income household, for the housing, very low-income households or unhoused residents. So planning has grouped them into these broad categories together with some countywide planning policy categories as well. They have like subcategories that I've kind of dropped them into, a little like, little tiny buckets. So the following policies that I have put together, they and I can probably summarize them up a little bit here, and then we can go into jumping into them or as much. The first two policies, I'll go through the goal. The goal is pretty broad. It's talking about providing providing supply. The policies get a little bit are more focused, obviously. Policies D and E focus on reducing the cost of housing through regulatory and permitting reform. Policies F and G carves additional actions to increase supply of emergency shelters, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing. Policy L addresses regulatory constraints on the efficient use of land. And then policies O and P adjust zoning and accommodate potential changes in building code and residential construction. And lastly, policy R focuses on collaborating with diverse set of partners to create more affordable housing. And those are the select policies that staff created. There's obviously much more policies that we can talk about, but these are the ones that I've selected because I think these are the big ticket items that we can talk about. And I can go through these individually as you want to. If you want to bring them up, I have them in order. So.
I think that we can just leave these questions on, and then
Okay.
council members can make their comments. Before I start calling on people, because I know everybody's got a lot to say, I think that the graphics that we've seen tonight are super helpful when we go out and talk to the public, in particular the one that has the bar of our CPPs for 0 to 30%. But I want to be careful when we talk to the public that we provide the context that this is not something that's being done to us. That yes, there are CPPs from King County, and yes, PRSC has done vision to 2050. But this is policy that we have worked, that many of us on this council have worked on regionally and that we've advocated for legislatively. So it's not, we have an obligation here, but we're not just responding to outside forces. So I just want to be really clear on that. Council, who wants to go first? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to go first. Again, this is, I've provided staff with comments on each of these policies that are related to housing supply. And so staff has those. I'll only highlight one. If you happen to notice in a subsequent draft of this that housing policy H1, F, and G are combined, I had suggestions on those, and then as I was making suggestions, I realized that there's a possibility they could be easily combined. And so I made a suggestion to staff in that regard. So if that comes back as a single policy, that's where that's coming from. And then, so again, I trust staff to take a look at the comments I've provided. There's a couple things I wanted to ask, and I'm not sure we're in a position for staff to answer my questions tonight, so it's perfectly acceptable that these become part of a separate conversation. One of the things that jumped out at me, and this was actually, this was on page 16, colleagues, in the packet, as the staff was describing some of the housing policies that had sort of bubbled to the top as it was doing its work. One of them was consider policies that encourage retention of older, smaller homes. And that's a tough nut to crack. I've been talking with professionals from our staff about that basically since I came on the council. I would love to have a follow-up conversation about that. I want the public to know that this is something we are talking about, that we do care about. And a lot of the work that we're doing across this entire spectrum of housing is potentially has an impact or an effect on the pressures on some of our, existing older, smaller homes. That potential is there. However, if there is something that the staff has come across more recently that it's thinking about in connection with this comp plan, some strategies, I think there might be some policies that are included in the proposed policies that might be trying to sort of target this. I would love to have further conversations about that topic. Adam's Director Weinstein's nodding, so I don't know if he was wanting to respond to that or.
Yeah, Councilmember Black, I can respond really quickly. I know you have a lot to talk about. That's a really hard nut to crack and a really challenging thing to do. We've heard from the community that they want us to do a better job preserving existing small housing, right, which tends to be more affordable. We've also heard from the community that they want a lot more infill housing in our neighborhoods. Exactly. There are really great programs out there that we can look to as examples for how to sort of bridge that gap and meet the two objectives. There's a really cool program that I just saw firsthand up in Vancouver, BC, that exists in other cities as well, where if you preserve an existing house on a lot and you're also building infill housing, you get more development allowances for building that infill housing. So you get more square footage to work with preserving the existing house, building more infill housing behind it than you would if you were demolishing that existing house and then just building brand new housing. So I think there are examples out there to sort of meet the two objectives simultaneously.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want public to know this is a tough nut to crack, but it's a nut that we do not ignore and that we are working on. And so I appreciate that. And actually, that might be a really good segue to my second item, which is and this is in policy H1N. It's the use of, as the transfer of development rights. That's one I would like to just understand better. I have a kind of a layman's high-level understanding of TDR. It seems tricky to me within the city limits and with city built out the way our city is. So I don't really understand exactly how that worked. I'd like to explore that a little bit more. And if that has to do somehow with some of the strategies that that the director was just talking about, or the way of cracking this nut to preserving older, smaller, old affordable homes, I'd like to talk about that some more. And then the last thing is on policy H10, which was called out in the memo, and the Planning Commission gave they're supportive of it, but they gave some very specific feedback. They gave some very specific feedback on the idea of building code standards that support residential buildings up to 6 stories served by a single exit stairway. I've had conversation, I think some of my colleagues have too, had conversations with folks in our community who have talked about this exact issue. I want to make sure I understand that a little bit more. It was highlighted by the staff in the memo. It was highlighted because it was some of the feedback that the staff got from the Planning Commission. I want to be responsive to that. I just want to understand whether that's something that we have the ability to sort of address, or is that a state building code issue, and really it's more of a legislative issue that we need to think about. So I just wanted that jumped out at me too. I wanted to make sure I understood that one.
Mm-hmm. So the single access stair is I believe it's already something that is being studied. I think that was directed by last year's legislation. What this is just trying to accomplish here is just to being nimble enough for the zoning to adjust when those changes occur. The idea is that if we remove that additional stairway requirement, we're providing more room for not only just more density, but a possibility for more types of bedroom unit sizes that we can get out of these buildings as well. So that's just trying to be nimble enough to meet that particular revision to the building code that will be coming in the coming years. Mm-hmm. It's being studied right now. And the remaining portion of it was relating to just trying to adjust for different types of, residential construction types, such as mass timber construction or other kinds of types of construction that maybe some of our regulations will prohibit the effective use of that technology. So that's just a couple of the ideas that are on the table. And this is just basically just setting up, a policy framework in which we can kind of point to when we start plugging things in to our work plan, that we can now work on this because the building industry has moved in this direction and we're seeing momentum here.
Great. So last thing, the staff has done a nice job of presenting the select housing supply policies and calling out where the Planning Commission has given us feedback to staff, feedback to the council. Just how would I don't want to make an assumption. Is the assumption that if we really if something that the Planning Commission has raised really strikes us, we should bring that up with staff? What's the process staff would like us to take with respect to some of the Planning Commission feedback that we got? It's called out here.
You can say it now if you like.
Well, we didn't get a staff recommendation on the Planning Commission's idea, so I guess I'm just looking for a little high-level guidance as to what staff is expecting from council with respect to the Planning Commission feedback.
Yeah, I think express your opinions about it however way you can, whether it's at this meeting or in writing or a meeting with us. I mean, I think we'll just take your feedback and then try to reconcile if there are 2 viewpoints or more than 2 viewpoints, we'll just try to reconcile them and ultimately bring back a recommendation.
Okay, perfect. And I really have already started that process with my comments I provide to staff. I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, this is a big deal. It's a big deal to me. It's a big deal to our community. Affordable housing is the issue that I hear most, that we hear most from community members, from leaders in the region, from our businesses, from so many folks, to our, our schools, this is one of the biggest issues that we're tackling. And so I really appreciate the work that's gone into this, and I also have input on it. Like Mayor Curtis said, this is something that some of us have worked on for years regionally, some, even longer as well. And it was a lot of work to get to the place that we are now. It's a really complex and nuanced issue. And so I'm glad we're at the place we are now, and I think this is a really important place for council in particular to have a lot of input on shaping this policy as well, and not just approving what's presented to us. Like I shared earlier with the guiding principles, it's really important that that our DEIB manager reviews, I think, all of the comp plan updates, but I'm thinking now, since we're talking about the housing element, we need to have that equity lens in all of the work that we do, and this is a really important one. For example, I want to hear more about environmental justice and how that's making decisions around the walkshed, around transit corridors, right? I want to understand how environmental justice is really considered in those recommendations. So tonight is a great start of this discussion, at least among council. I know there's been a lot of work elsewhere. I do have some questions and some comments on the community engagement. I didn't see the Human Services Commission listed, at least not on the slide. I don't think it was in the memo.
It's not, I separated it out.
Okay.
Just because we were talking about housing, both housing and human services did our outreach together.
Okay.
And so that will come up in the next briefing, the second briefing, when we start talking about stability and subsidy. That's also going to be co-presented by the Human Services Group. And they will have also policies related to.
Okay, so the Human Services Commission in particular reviewed this and gave input. I would like to see that with this, because it's really relevant to the work that they do and why they exist. So I'd really like to see that as part of the community engagement. I also have a question. It might be perhaps something not answered tonight, but very relevant to this. You talked about the legacy of zoning, and as we all know, just the inherent racism in single-family zoning. And I'm really proud of the missing middle housing work that we've done. We've all acknowledged that we have a lot more work to do on that. One of the questions I have related to that is how can we, I've heard, I think, Adam, you mentioned in the past that this is getting a little bit in the weeds, so we don't need to get too far into it, but that we still technically have single-family zoning and an overlay or something is how the missing middle housing is. And I really would like to look at that and see, is this an opportunity for us to have as a goal to really just clean that up? Because in particular of the racist history of single-family zoning, it would be so wonderful to be able to say we don't have single-family zoning in our city, period. It doesn't exist, it's not mentioned anywhere. And so that would be a really meaningful exercise. So I'd like for us to consider that. I'd like to understand what potentially would be involved in that. I'm sure it's not as easy as it sounds to just say from the dais, like so many things that we ask for our staff to work on. I am curious about the rationale for the 50 units per acre, max that you were talking about. And Adam, I wonder, I look at some of the slides that we have here and some of the visuals around looking at 59 dwelling units per acre, and then looking at the 205 dwelling units per acre, and some of the notable features that were listed under there. To me, it looks very similar, right? Because you can have these really smaller unit sizes that, as far as the community is concerned, with having, the look and feel and things that we often hear as pushback from community members, that it doesn't look drastically different, for example, to have 59 dwelling units per acre compared to 205 dwelling units per acre when you have some of those smaller housing units. So why restrict ourselves to 50? I would rather us have the flexibility to increase that so that, and again, that would be a maximum, but that way we can have, there might be some, there's some need to have smaller units to have denser housing. It would, again, look very similar to the community, especially even closer within those transit walk sheds, to have some of that. So I would like us to reconsider. I don't know where we are in the process for the number of that maximum envelope that you talked about, but 50 seems constricting to me, given the visuals that we see here. You can have the notable feature in the 205 says this mixed-use project now under construction So, studio apartments, the trend in smaller units in urban areas results in a much higher density count than would be assumed in looking at this 4-story building. So we're talking about a 4-story building. It doesn't look, it's not like super high rises that we hear that people don't want, these huge skyscrapers. That's not what we're talking about here. There are so many different options. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, I can chime in really quickly. It's a complicated answer. I think what we heard from a lot of folks in the community about was they want us to be able to build apartments, sort of smaller scale apartments in residential neighborhoods like Norkirk and West of Market, for instance. So that's sort of one concept that we tried to address with the 50 units per acre. The second issue is that we had to figure out some density to use for the purposes of the EIS, right? We have to figure out some number that we can analyze for the purposes of trips, right? And other impacts to the environment that need to be analyzed in a SEPA document. So I think what we have to work with is, that's a pretty big swath of 50 units per acre zoning, right? Along those corridors. That's a pretty big chunk of the city. Plus we have other zoning capacity elsewhere. So I think we can probably shift those around a little bit and maybe bump up the density in some areas and lower them in some other areas. I don't think we're gonna reach a point where even if you're very aggressive, if council decides to be very aggressive in terms of zoning, we're probably not gonna reach a limit where we're exceeding what we analyze in the EIS. So I think just keep in mind that those things can shift around a little bit. The EIS is really a broad brush to look at impacts across the city, but we did have to choose a density number to work with. But I still think that provides you with a lot of flexibility to figure out exactly where that zoning goes and how big the zoning can be.
Okay, so we could have certain smaller subsections that have the type of housing in the 205 dwelling units per acre, but just it'd be the average across the whole watershed? Is that that was highlighted on the map? Is that what the average of the 50?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's 50 units for the purposes of the environmental review. I think if you in certain parts of that, if you wanted to increase density and then lower it in others, right? So it sort of is equivalent to those big swaths of 50 units in acre zoning. I think that would probably work.
Okay. Okay. Still seems a little too constrictive.
Okay.
But I do appreciate that explanation. Thank you, Adam. Well, like I said, I think this is a great start tonight. I do have other feedback and input. But the housing element is a new requirement of the comp plan, as we know. And like I mentioned earlier, it's a really big deal, right? Especially with all the affordable housing component of it. However, it's a high priority, like I said, for our community, for our businesses, for us. And you mentioned in the timeline slide that there will be more touch points. But as Councilmember Black's comments earlier about his questions about some of the nuances, some of these are really nuanced and complex issues, right? Even some of the details of before we even got to this on, GMPC and Affordable Housing Committee, we worked for years to try to work out a few words of some of the stuff that led to, that is some of the policy that shapes this. So it is complicated. It's really nuanced. And I think it's important, there are topics like Councilmember Black brought up, but also inclusionary zonings, right? I love, Adam, your example of creative solutions and how to make that work. As we know, the vast majority of the need here, as you showed, is under 50% AMI, right? And that's really hard to build. And what I don't want to see happen is for us to just have pockets of just low-income housing. That's not the model we want. We need to have this mixed with market rate housing, which is really, really hard to do, right? Even at the 50, our conversations last year about inclusionary zoning, and even at 50% AMI, it's really, really challenging to have done. So we need creative solutions to have those, 0 to 30, 30 to 50 AMI included within market rate housing, right? That's really, really important to have affordable communities and not just affordable housing developments here and there. And there are trade-offs, right? This is a really important discussion that we have, with I think it's important to have a conversation with developers as well for us to really understand what some of those trade-offs would be, how we can, I understand we're not getting into all of that detail, but I want to make sure that this document would really allow for those types of conversations. And in order to do that, we really need to have more nuanced and deeper conversations. And I would also like to have more discussion with the Planning Commission as well. I lost my page here. So all that to say, I feel very strongly that we need more in-depth discussion on the housing component of the comprehensive plan, all of the comprehensive plan is important, right? But given that this is such a high priority issue and it's a new element to the comprehensive plan, it's really important that we do this right. So I'd like it if we could ask staff to come back with options for how to have a deeper discussion as a council on this issue. I know we've talked about this before, perhaps having, a council retreat or something that's specifically on this issue. We talked about at our retreat last week that the study sessions are great, but we need, some of these issues really require like a less formal, more conversational discussion and discuss some of those nuances, and don't always provide the amount of time that you need to really delve into some of those details. So I would like that. I would like support to ask staff to come back with options, at least, for how we could proceed, whether that's another retreat or whether that's some other format of meetings to really allow a venue for even deeper discussion on this topic tonight.
So a clarifying point, some of your questions related to land use. Would you like us to come back with land use and housing, or just housing itself?
I think when I think of affordable housing, I think of affordable communities. It's not just about housing. So I think land use in general is really important with, obviously a focus on affordable housing, but really understanding the context of affordable communities as a whole. Thank you.
City Manager, do you want to respond to her request?
Well, I guess I'm looking for the council's response to that request. Right, so certainly easy for staff to develop options, but just want to make sure council is looking for those options.
What is the request?
The request is to ask staff to come back with possible venues that we could have a deeper discussion on this issue, since there's so many complexities and nuances, including potentially a meeting with the Planning Commission, with developers, and with staff.
Can I get some head shakes? Yes or no? Councilmember Black, you open your mouth.
That was a big mistake. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Mayor. Oh, no, I was just going to
I'll
say,
just go to Deputy Mayor.
just to clarify on the, I can imagine this request being about an in-depth, a deeper dive into the comp plan as a whole, just given that this is the year that we are updating the comp plan. I can also see this being a deeper dive just in the housing element. So Councilmember Falcone, I was just looking to you, is this mainly focused on a deep dive into the housing element, which is a new element of our comp plan, or is this comp plan as a whole?
That's a good question. I think the priority I would like to see on the housing element, given again that it's new and such an important issue, but I'd certainly be open to that being part of the options that staff could come back with if there's interest in looking at the comp plan as a whole as well.
Before I go to Deputy Mayor Arnold, sorry, I support that. It's already been said, but this is probably the most important work that we do as a council, because we are setting the vision for our next 20 years. So if we need to take more time so that everybody feels good about what we're providing, then I think we should take it. So, Deputy Mayor Arnold.
And on that topic, I would support it as well. And we've got some detailed feedback. We've heard from 3 council members. I have a big list here.
Yeah, and we're not done.
I think we're going to, I think it might be appropriate to look at ways we could take some extra time on this. First, Scott, I really appreciate the information in the packet and the presentation. Every time I look at the numbers in the graph that has the permanent supportive housing, the housing below 50% AMI, even the housing below 80% AMI, when you look at the number of units we've got to provide in the next 20 years, it takes my breath away every single time at how much work we have to do on this. I support the direction we're going. There's some innovative stuff around here. I appreciate things like setting the minimum intensity, and some of the things that Councilmember Falcone has talked about is how do we provide the flexibility or incentives for smaller units, and looking for some things there. Some specific policies I have comments on. Policy H1D talks about reducing costs by modifying environmental requirements. 2 things I want to make sure that we are thoughtful and specific about SEPA exemptions. There's going to be a category of throughout the city, we may want to increase these, but like our upcoming discussion on Goat Hill, there are going to be some categories of places that we're not going to want to increase the SEPA exemptions, and want to make sure that we're being very specific about that. There was some talk about reducing minimum lot sizes. As part of that, I want to make sure that we're looking at the idea of having a small lot size and zero lot line as a condo alternative where you've got small form factor ownership that kind of looks like a condo, but there's no condo association because everybody owns their own land. It's an innovative thing that I've heard about that I want to make sure that we're enabling. In policy H1E, I appreciate the commission's feedback about wanting some more specifics here. This could end up being things that are in the implementation plan of the implementation actions of the comp plan to say, what is it that we're doing about streamlining permit processing here? Is it more support in the pre-submittal process? Is it more pre-approved plans? What's the specific things we're going to look at? In policy H1F, I agree with the commission that we should be looking for opportunities for permanent supportive housing throughout the city and not just on vacant lands. We don't have that many vacant lands within the city, and there may be other opportunities that we need to look at. With policy H1N, I appreciate and support Councilmember Black's comment that I want to take a detailed look at the transfer of development rights. I'm really intrigued at this opportunity to provide an incentive to prevent displacement on housing that exists in our city that is affordable today. But I really want to drill into details to make sure this is a policy that works over the long term, where we might want to preserve these units for the next 20 years. But I want to be thinking what happens in 2044 with these units where they may need to be redeveloped. In policy H1O, talking about the 6-story buildings, this is something that the State Building Code Council is going to be looking at. We're kicking off, I sit on the State Building Code Council, we're kicking off the next 3-year update cycle. I would encourage us in looking at this to plug into that process, that this gets set at the state level through either participation in the technical advisory groups or making proposals to the technical advisory groups so that the things we want to do could happen statewide. I'm happy to work offline on the best way to go do that, and I would prefer that as an approach than Kirkland doing its own custom code. However, if we do see the need, given what comes out of the State Building Code Council, that we want to do our own custom code, I would hope that we'd partner with other jurisdictions around the region to develop a standard. I know Seattle already has one that we may be able to build on. And then finally, in policy H2P, again, amendments to the State Building Code Council on assisting in the rehabilitation of existing housing. Would like to work with you offline on the best way to make those happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tinchisson.
Thank you. I did review the Planning Commission's thoughts. I thought their thoughts on permit waiting times are especially poignant. I've wanted the Planning Commission to emphasize that on their work program for quite a while, and have the Planning Commission review policies or procedures that may be removed from the permit application process that could expedite those. I'd also be in favor of having the Planning Commission take a deeper dive into parking requirements, and whether or not they're all necessary. But with that in mind, I do want to prevent creep into the neighborhoods that are adjacent to high-density areas and vehicular, basically people parking within those neighborhoods. I'm not necessarily in favor of additional meetings on this subject. I would be in favor of joint meetings that perhaps involve the Planning Commission, but I think those meetings would be more informative if we had another body join us, and if they were expedited in a fashion where we could hear the input of that additional body as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we're not done. I don't have a lot more to add. I agree with Councilmember Falcone. We need to do a read-through on sensitivity to language. I noticed in particular the elements around homelessness and unhoused were not consistent on which term we use. H3.4, we talk about establishing safe camping. We also need to establish safe parking areas. There is an item that we should refer to our housing dashboard. Let me find it. Policy H2B, we should talk about, well, it's a typo. It says workforce or housing. There's adorable little ones outside, which are very distracting. Look at H2R around there. We didn't talk about, we talked about the housing strategy plan. I think that's where we want to talk about the housing dashboard. And in response to the Planning Commission feedback, there's a comment in here, I'm looking at 3 different things, which talks about creating density around parks specifically. And my response to that is, yes, but, and that I also think that, and I've said this for years, as we become more dense, we need to look at adding additional green space and open space in our developments. So it's not just about taking advantage of the parks we have, it's about creating more urban green space. And I do support, I mean, I've said this already as we wrap up, but I do think that we all care deeply about this comp plan and these housing elements, and we should look at this again. So, anything else, Scott?
We will be back. That's a promise.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for taking this on.
Of course.
All right, I think we're ready for our break. We will come back at 7:30 to resume our business meeting. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are back in session following a study session on Cascade Water Alliance water supply negotiations update and the 2044 Comprehensive Plan Guiding Principles and Housing Element Policy Briefing. Before turning to honors and proclamations, I want to announce that the council will be holding an executive session tonight related to potential litigation with our city attorney under item 12 of our agenda. We are now going to do honors and proclamations. Our next item is the Women's History Month proclamation. Councilmember Falcone will be reading the proclamation. Joey Goodwin, Vice President and Volunteer Rental Coordinator of the Kirkland Women's Club and City of Kirkland Volunteer, will accept the proclamation, and I'm hoping that she's planning on bringing her family up too. So, Joey, we'll meet you down here.
Come on up to the front.
Say something first. Well, welcome. I just have to say, I am so happy to see children here, these young girls here today. Welcome. Thank you for being here. So you have your hands full with your beautiful baby. So I will hand this to you. This is the proclamation that we're going to read tonight. Okay, I will be reading a proclamation recognizing March 2024 as Women's History Month in the city of Kirkland. Whereas March has been federally recognized as Women's History Month, including March 8th as International Women's Day, which is a global celebration of the social, economic, military, cultural, and political achievements of women. And whereas the city of Kirkland recognizes and celebrates the Kirkland Women's Club for its efforts to bring together women from Kirkland and surrounding areas who strive to have a positive impact on the community and beyond through charitable works, volunteerism, community service, and political advocacy. Excuse me. And whereas women have been at the forefront of standing against injustice, including Princess Angeline, the oldest daughter of Chief Seattle, who remained in her home after the Duwamish people were forced off their land. And whereas women have played a vital role in both the federal and Washington state governments, including holding major political offices over time, such as senator, U.S. House of Representatives, governor, attorney general, and Washington state House and Senate positions, and more. And whereas currently in 2024, 46% of the state of Washington lawmakers are women, the highest percentage ever reached in our state, and ranked 4th in the nation in the percentage of women in the state legislature. That's awesome. Whereas the city of Kirkland is proud of the influential women within its elected body, with 3 women council members, including Mayor Kelly Curtis here, former Mayor Penny Sweet, and myself, Councilmember Amy Falcone. And with the Kirkland City Council selecting a woman to serve as mayor for 14 consecutive years. And, turn the page, yes, please. Thank you. Whereas Kirkland City Council adopted Resolution R5550 in July of 2022, affirming its support of individuals' right to comprehensive, safe, and accessible reproductive health care, including abortion, and protects visitors to Washington state seeking abortion health care providers in providing abortion health care. And whereas the city of Kirkland is inclusive and celebrates transgender women as they are part of the movement and have championed women and LGBTQIA+ rights, and, excuse me, feeling a little choked up. I'm really proud of this proclamation. Whereas the city of Kirkland is a champion for women in leadership, with women holding cornerstone positions within the Kirkland city government, including Deputy City Manager Julie Underwood, Police Chief Sherry Harris, Director of Information Technology Smitha Christian, Interim Public Works Director Truck Deaver, and Parks and Community Services Director Lynn Zwagstra. Wow. Whereas Julie Underwood Deputy City Manager, founded the Northwest Women's Leadership Academy in 2018, a program sponsored by the Washington City Council Management Association to advance women working in local government into leadership roles, with 6 city staff completing the academy. And whereas the City of Kirkland will be hosting its 2nd annual Women's Leadership Summit for staff to promote gender balance and diversity, addressing underrepresentation of women in leadership positions, prepare women for leadership roles with training, confidence building, and mentoring, create an alliance and network of women that support each other, and motivate, inspire, and develop leadership skills. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the Kirkland City Council, proclaims Monday, March 8th as International Women's Day and the month of March as Women's History Month in the city of Kirkland. We call on all residents to celebrate the historic and current achievements of Kirkland women in the arts, culture, business, nonprofit, religious, and civic institutions in our city. Through the courageous deeds, not words, of these remarkable women, Kirkland is one of the best cities in America to live, work, and play. Would you like to say a few words? I can hold those for you.
I'm Joey Goodwin, and I'm honored to accept this proclamation for all women who have supported Kirkland. We represent 3 generations as we stand here today. We also represent past generations. The Women's Club was just recognized by the state of Washington for being one of the few businesses who have existed for 100 years. I personally have served with the Women's Club for many years. I volunteer at City Hall. I've been on the board of Attain Housing and been on the board for CAN, the Market Neighborhood Parking Advisory Board, Senior Council, plus the Senior Advisory Board, and every service was a pleasure. I plan to carry on the tradition in the future generations. I hope that the children also continue. Thank you very much.
You want to stand next to your family? Good job. Had to be the picture. Of course.
Thank you so much. Good job. Good job. One more. Sorry. One more. Bye. Future president.
Thank you, guys.
Right, that was fun. We are now moving to items for the audience. This is the time in our meeting where we normally hear from the public on matters that are not quasi-judicial or scheduled for a public hearing, of which there are none scheduled for this evening. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and the council will receive up to 3 comments each on both sides of an issue. If you are present either in person or virtually and would like to address the council during this items for the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or in person using the posted QR code. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Community members will be called in the order for which they signed up. Items from the audience is an important part of our business meeting, and we ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. We ask that you please not clap or applaud after a speaker or express your disagreement with a speaker. We want everyone in Kirkland to feel welcome, expressing their viewpoints regardless of content. Because they can be disruptive, Signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. City Clerk.
The first three speakers are Benjamin Greschler, followed by Susan Pappalardo, and Abraham Wilner Martin.
All right. Benjamin. I assume
He's virtual.
virtual?
Hi there.
Welcome.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Benjamin Greschler. I am a resident of Kirkland and also grew up in Kirkland. I live in the Forbes Creek area and am currently a lead specialist at Deloitte's Seattle practice, as well as the president of the Seattle LGBTQIA+ and allies community at Deloitte. I'm also a volunteer member of Eastside Pride PNW. I know the council is discussing the issue of continuing funding for the crosswalk, and I wanted to share with you all my perspective as a transgender man about the significance of the crosswalk to me personally and my community. I can honestly say that seeing the crosswalk being unveiled in Kirkland was truly a day I will never forget. It meant so much to me and my community. This crosswalk is a symbol of Kirkland making a bold and public statement about supporting individuals like myself. The crosswalk communicates that Kirkland is a city that accepts and welcomes everyone. Right now, there is a record number of anti-LGBTQ+ legislation being introduced into state legislatures across the United States, and my community needs all the support that we can get from our local cities and governments. I know the crosswalk has been vandalized multiple times, and I think that those actions just further prove why we need public displays of support for our community. So if Kirkland decides to continue to fund the crosswalk, it's doubling down on the notion that it will not accept hate, prejudice, homophobia, or transphobia, and will not give into the hateful actions by just a few individuals. Thank you for allowing me to share, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Ms. Pappalardo.
Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. You've heard the feedback provided by Kirkland residents in the recent pool ballot measure survey and discussed whether to proceed exploring a new public pool. Having attended your March 1st council retreat, I am well aware that the appetite for public funding for new public community pool is not strong. As a 31-year Kirkland resident, PFEC member, co-founder and president of the nonprofit Splash Forward, this moment is especially poignant. A majority of residents want a pool. A majority of residents acknowledge we need a pool. Yet, most importantly, a supermajority does not want to pay for one. Where does that leave us? I've been wrestling with this question and the magnanimity of this lost opportunity to meet the aquatic needs for our community yet again. We had an opportunity to make Kirkland better than it was, to invest in social infrastructure, create community connection, reduce barriers so that everyone can learn an essential life skill. What's wrong with these Kirkland voters? I have heard. The financial reality is that the majority of residents cannot shoulder the burden, the public burden for investments in social infrastructure. We need private funding and private partnerships to reduce the public burden. I am a broken record on this message. Complexity and the convincing no campaign have darkened the hope for new public pools in our community once again. To overcome the no vote, we will need to find common ground. The day the no campaign leaders are the ones hammering in the yes campaign signs will be when Kirkland will build a new public pool. As for now, residents in Kirkland are left again with nothing. Nothing after the attempt in 2015 and nothing after 2023's November attempt. Decades are creeping by, and the ever more embarrassing the lack of service levels for aquatics for a community surrounded by water, and one that has the highest concentration of millionaires in our nation. While we do have something, we have the work we've collectively done to wake up the community around the great need and possibility. We have the PROS plan, the PFEC's work, OPSIS's feasibility study, and the work that Splash Forward has been doing with your support to build off that work and right-size a facility with local needs and facilitate partnership discussion. If residents truly want a community pool for essential swim lessons and recreation, then I urge them to support Splash Forward. This is an open call to the 40% yes voters in November and the 55% of survey respondents who support a new pool to get involved, fund, and support our nonprofit. We will continue to show up for our community. Private funding and partnerships are essential. Imagine, we collectively fund every third grader learns to swim initiative that it equitably serves every third grader. We have an equity story where everyone across all income levels, ability levels, and ages have affordable access. We've identified local private capital funding and programming partners who want to invest in civic and social infrastructure that invests in people. We collectively raise private fundraising to significantly reduce public burden. We can accomplish this together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Abraham Wilner Martin. He is virtual, and followed by Lisa McConnell and Paul Morris.
All right. Mr. Wilner Martin, please.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Abe Wilner Martin. I am here in support of the refinishing of the Pride Crosswalk on behalf of the organization Pride Across the Bridge, an East Side organization dedicated to supporting the queer community on the East Side across the bridge, as the name suggests. I was very glad to hear in the proclamation just a minute ago, very heartfelt and very beautiful, an affirmation of the Kirkland City Council support for LGBTQIA community members, as it should be in such an incredibly trying time. Kirkland has also acknowledged its continued dedication to supporting community art and supporting marginalized community members in their right to be publicly represented. And our organization believes that this crosswalk is an important part of that visibility process. We would support a publicly community-based or a community-based effort in order to replenish and redesign, whether at this intersection or another intersection, some form of Pride crosswalk as exists in Bellevue and Redmond and Seattle. We really want to be considerate of the financial and labor considerations that the council has to make in this matter, and our organization would be happy to participate in such a community-based process of research and community support gathering. We find this to be an incredibly vital time for cities to be demonstrating their support for queer people in their capacity as the public organizations. It is absolutely vital that Kirkland continue to stand with our community and collaboratively find a more manageable material for this crosswalk. We understand that the vandalism has been difficult to deal with and that there are labor concerns, but we urge you, instead of abandoning the effort entirely, working with the community to find a new, more sustainable way to continue this project going forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming tonight. Ms. McConnell.
Good evening, Council and City Manager. Instead of providing a viable solution that allows the general public the free expression of facts, data, and opinion, the city chose to eliminate electronic presentations based on the unfounded fear of possible inappropriate or disallowed speech by passing Resolution 5604. This is eliminating a tool that 99% of the public use civilly and correctly based on the fear of something that has not happened yet, to my knowledge. In the Senior Assistant City Attorney's memo to Kurt Triplett dated September 28, 2023, she states, quote, "Electronic visual aids are extremely helpful in giving council and the public an understandable summary of the information being discussed. These items are planned events, and electronic materials may be received and reviewed by staff well in advance of the council meeting," end quote. So the city can and does allow electronic presentation and has a system to do so. It has chosen not to do so for the public. Second, the city stated that the electronic files may potentially infect the city system with viruses or malware. Yet they routinely state for all boards and commissions that material may be submitted via email and/or the service request portal. Obviously, the city can accept electronic material safely. Further, handing out hard copies to the council would not be possible for those participating remotely. Giving material to only the council will make the testimony more confusing to the audience if the presenter refers to visuals seen only by the council. It is disingenuous to say that electronic presentations by the audience delays or slows council meetings. Anyone who's been in a meeting in the last 4 years, live or online, knows that electronic delays happen at every meeting. I wish I had $1 for every, "You're on mute," or "I don't know why I can't share my screen." I ask again, please rescind Resolution 5604. There's a simple remedy. Set up a process for electronic presentations. Provide a secure portal to submit and a deadline for submittal prior to council meeting. I would suggest that it be after the release of the full council packet, as this informs the public of details the council is deliberating on. The city could also limit the number of visuals or slides, say to 5, so that very little staff time would be needed to review. The time limit for individuals to speak and items from the audience would still remain at 3 minutes, regardless of whether they had electronic material or not. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming tonight. We have Mr. Morris, and then who's next?
Following Mr. Morris are Luke Travis, Alex Zimmerman, and Liz Hunt, and that completes the list of folks who have signed up to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Morris, there you are.
Good evening, my brothers and sisters. You are family, not just community members. That's how I revere you. I also want to announce that I am no longer connected in any way with Pulse Point Respond. I come as a resident of Kirkland to promote and to encourage all community members to continue the fight to get AEDs, defibrillators, put at all public parks. I'm very glad that John Lloyd from the Parks Department here has been a very instrumental individual in the community to get these things on the docket. I want to say that I'm very happy to see, and I'm brought to tears really, about the memo that I read pertinent to where all these AEDs are going to be placed. We also have already placed at the 132nd Square Park, the renovated park, an AED on the wall, a public access defibrillator. I am so thrilled. I actually did a selfie in front of it. So also just wanted to encourage all council members that if anything goes out public, that, you know, John Lloyd gets an honorable mention. And I'm sorry to say, myself as well, because I actually kicked it into the uprights when, you know, a couple of years ago. And, you know, Councilmember Sweet really knows that for sure. I just want you to know I also don't just talk the talk. I walk the walk. This is my defibrillator, and this is my bag valve mask. I only teach high-performance CPR, and I would love to teach it for free to all city parks personnel and also coaches and all those who participate in sports in our community. Gosh darn it, we need heart-safe communities. And I'm not kidding. We seriously do. We want quarterly instruction at public libraries throughout the community for free. And I'm offering it to the community for free. I'm an official American Heart Association, BLS, Heart Code, and Heart Saver instructor. I also teach Stop the Bleed. So I would love to include that in the teaching as well. So I'll just be very quick. I know our time is kicking down, but I would like to see bag valve masks and Stop the Bleed kits mounted underneath the defibrillators as well. Those are life-saving things that you see them at the airports all around. You see the defibrillator, the bag valve mask, and the Stop the Bleed kit constantly throughout airports. So they are important. And I guess that's all I'm going to say. But thank you so much. And Amy, thank you for your support. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
And have a good day.
Thank you, thank you.
Yay.
All right, Mr. Travis.
Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight because I saw that housing was on the agenda for tonight's study session. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be here in time to enjoy that, but I look forward to watching the recording later and seeing how that went. Nevertheless, I wanted to come here and share feedback on this important issue for Kirkland. Now, there will always be people in our community, in the world at large, that don't want anything to change in their neighborhood, in their city, etc. But no change is change, and we're seeing that a lot today. Preventing more housing from being built is resulting in higher and higher prices and a march towards gentrification. Is this what we actually want for our city? Please learn from the mistakes of other areas like California and especially the Bay Area. The people of Kirkland don't want housing to get even more expensive than it is today. The market here is desperate for more supply. The only obstruction is you, the City Council, allowing more housing to be built. You have the power to improve the lives of everyone in our city. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming tonight. Mr. Zimmerman.
Hello, my brother and sister. I want to show this something what has come from Ninth Circle. It's have name Legal Guide to Handling Disruption People in Public Meeting, May 17, yes, upheld by 2023. Guys, my problem with you very simple. You very primitive, low-class people, council who don't understand this, what is staying for many years, only show who you are, exactly what is I'm talking about. This Ninth Circle decision, you know what it means, open door to everybody who want to use First Amendment in freedom of speech, include Nazi salute, because Nazi salute by definition is idiotic absolutely in my situation. Guys, I recommend you, I give copy to King Country to everybody, but I show you right now to everybody because everybody in Kirkland right now possibly knows this. You know what it means? Many American, what is I speak right now, look to me like a pure freaking mentally problem people. You know what it means? What is not care about Constitution, law, and what has happened with us, freedom of speech. For this we have a fascism, controlling by them Nazi fascist junta. It's exactly what as I speak. It's because I have experience for all my life with tyranny, with fascism, before my family have experience with German Nazi fascism, I have experience with Soviet Union fascism, and right now for 40 years I have experience with King Country and State Washington fascism. I have 17 trespasses from Seattle for 1,500 day. I have trespasses from right now. It's everything right now. I don't talk about trespasses 3, 4, 5, or 7 years ago, or 10 years ago. I have trespasses right now from Sound Transit for 1 year. I have trespass from Puget Sound Regional Council right now for 1 year. I have today trespass from Mersley Island. Is a pure idiotic trespass. You know what it means? Guys, it's exactly what is I want speak, and I want what is people listen to me. You know what it means? We cannot be too stupid. We cannot acting like a slave, primitive, do know nothing. Statistically, only 1 or 2% understand what is happening around. It's not my opinion, it's statistic. And 95% don't know what it means. I don't think so people know about us constitutional right, First Amendment, and freedom of speech. Because when they know this, it's not will be conversation, what is I have with your attorney many times, but I respect him. For example, why? Because he talked to me. No one crook talk to me like you.
Mr.
So I
Zimmerman,
respect you.
Thank you.
Oh, remember this. You have a copy.
Mr. Zimmerman.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Ms. Hunt. Oh, excuse me, one moment. Before continuing, I want to offer a comment on behalf of our council. We heard statements tonight that are hurtful and offensive to our community. The city council does not condone those comments, and they are actually disruptive to our meeting. We are committed to making Kirkland a safe, inclusive, and welcoming place for all. At the same time, items for the audience provides an opportunity for the community members to express views to council regardless of content. I apologize for holding you. Please go ahead.
Hey, if Claudia Balducci can follow that, so can I. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, council members, and city staff. My comments are in regards to tonight's study session and the housing element of the 2044 Comprehensive Plan. As Mayor Curtis said, this is the vision for the next 20 years in Kirkland, and it's a very important document. There are a lot of proposed changes to the goals and policies for the housing element. There is a strong focus on equity, inclusion, accessibility, subsidized housing, and so forth. I have a number of comments, but I'm just going to focus on one thing tonight, and that is related to increased density. Some of the proposed changes in the housing element goals and policies include additional density increases, decreasing or eliminating parking requirements, reducing minimum residential lot size throughout the city, not just near transit, and a number of other very bold goals and statements. I recognize that adding more housing to our city, especially affordable housing, is very important. And as Councilmember Falcone said, this is a very complex and nuanced topic, and it is. Something that I feel needs to accompany this housing vision is a vision that achieves our #1 transportation goal also, and that's the goal of safety. The increased density that we have today is already stressing our streets. We're gearing up to add quite a bit more. And we're already seeing some issues with the density we have today stressing our streets. So, for example, some of the streets in our community are getting so clogged with parked vehicles and so forth that fire trucks and EMT vehicles are at risk of not being able to get down the street to service a community member in need. So I know the transportation update is still in progress, and I'm sure I haven't seen the latest draft. And I think that we could solve some of the issues with more people walking, more people biking, and so forth, but we need more than that. And I'd like to really see the housing plan has very aggressive and creative ideas to increase our housing. I'd really like to see that same energy applied to creating safe streets in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have anyone else signed up? We don't. We are closing items for the audience and moving to the consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I would like Deputy Mayor Arnold to present audit of accounts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had payroll in the amount of $5,639,103.85 and bills in the amount of $10,663,736.27.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to comment on one of the items on our consent agenda related to some of the public comment we heard earlier on AEDs. I appreciate, again, thank you to our staff. John Lloyd was mentioned earlier, as well as advocates such as Paul, Edward Morris. I really appreciate this. I know that former Councilmember Toby Nixon also was really passionate about this and bringing this forward, so I do really appreciate all of that work. When we last talked about this, I had given some feedback that I really would like us to look at the fields and courts where we program at school district property. There are a lot of youth sports that occur on school district baseball fields, on soccer fields, basketball. We also program our own. My kids do Pee Wee basketball, peewee soccer. Both of my boys play peewee basketball in various Lake Washington School District facilities. And the lens for the list of recommendations was really just on city-owned property and not city-programmed property. So I'd like us to use the lens of city-programmed property and look at, discussing with the school district what that might look like to have these same life-saving devices where our residents are there and kids and other folks in our community are playing the same kind of sports that they are on city property. I've mentioned that before, so I just wanted to raise that because I didn't see that in the memo. And my understanding is that we have a grant and there's some additional funding remaining of that grant that's not included in the recommendations here. So I just want to repeat what I mentioned last time, that I'd really like for staff to have that conversation with the school district and go back and look if there are additional locations that would be recommended for AEDs to bring back before council. And along with that, I believe I also made comments about training that we also heard this evening, that it's really important to partner with, whether it's Little League or, other youth sports organizations, to make sure that not only the devices are there, but that there are folks like the coaches, umpires, whoever it may be, who are prepared to use the device if the need occurs. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The questions on the motion to approve the consent calendar, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Consent calendar passes 7-0. We are moving to our business agenda. Our first item is on the Pride Flag crosswalk replacement options. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we're looking for council direction on proceeding with replacement options, and then we'll be bringing back options to the council for that. Here to give you that presentation is our Capital Projects Manager, Rod Steitzer.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Glad to be here tonight, talk about the Pride Flag update, as well as some maintenance considerations. We've already heard some pretty encouraging words already. Just a few short slides, 3 or 4 slides only, to kind of cover some of the points that accompany the packet information. It'll be maybe a quick update and then some near-term and long-term maintenance options. Let's see here. There we go. I think maybe, as the slide's set up with some information, I think reading the very first bullet is probably going to be pretty important here, because it kind of sets the context of why we're talking about the Pride Flag altogether. So I'll just take a minute and read that. The Pride Crosswalk represents the city's commitment to protect and serve everyone who resides, works, or visits Kirkland without discrimination, as well as its belief in the dignity, equality, and civil rights of all people. That's the Pride Crosswalk. So it's a really great symbolism, as we've heard already. The Pride Crosswalk went in on June 2nd, and there were some security cameras installed prior to June 2nd, just to make sure that we could monitor the crosswalk and how it's doing in terms of its vibrance for the community and security issues. The flag has been vandalized 4 times. A number of times it's been vandalized with paint or other kind of graffiti. And one time it was vandalized with car doing burnouts on it. And that melted the thermoplastic that was used for the crosswalk itself, leaving a permanent damage, as you see in the lower right picture below. So we're here tonight to kind of talk about a few things. One, maintaining the flag in its near term. So what we've done as staff is we've done a few things in the near term or immediate actions. One is we've added an optional schedule in our annual pavement marking program schedule of work that we can address any kind of vandalism throughout the entire contract year with a contractor if need be. The second thing is we are currently soliciting contractors to install the flag prior to Pride Month, or reinstall it, I should say. And there's a couple of options that we are considering there. We could replace the flag with the thermoplastic that's there today, similar to the city of Redmond and others around the area. Or staff has researched the use of let me pronounce this correctly.
Yeah.
Methacrylate substance. It's MMA as I know it, and I apologize to my boss over there for not being able to pronounce that. But what it is, it's a very durable plastic substance, very similar to thermal plastic in a number of ways, but it's formed chemically different, and so it has less of a tolerance to heat problems. It's just as durable as thermal plastic, and the repairs for it can be done in a much faster and cheaper way. We chose this. We have been using it in our pavement marking program as it stands today with our green bike lane markings that you might see around the community. Other communities have done that as well. One way that it is beneficial is the repair. So on the right, you'll see a picture. It's actually applied. This is a plastic, low-temperature curing material that can be applied with paint rollers and paint brushes. So you get very detailed line work out of this, and it's used for all kinds of art on pavements. So we're still doing some research on the exact cost. Like I say, we have some comparable costs that we have through the bike marking program, the green MMA that's out there. Colors are a little bit different price, but to replace that, including the removal of the existing thermal, we are estimating somewhere in that $35,000 to $45,000 range. That brings me to the long-term solutions. A couple of different options, 3 that we've kind of considered thus far, and we can talk about that further. One is to use city crews to repair this flag or maybe some other art that can go in throughout the community. Another is to utilize contractors to clean and/or repair either the MMA or thermoplastic or paint or whatever we use. And the last one is to use a combination. There's some advantages and disadvantages to each. Currently, if we use crews to do that, our crews have been pressure washing and cleaning the Pride Crosswalk as it is today. It takes about $6,000 to do that each time it gets vandalized. One of the things is the staff currently isn't equipped or really has the staff power to do this on a regular occurring basis. So they do that as a commitment for the city. And then also there's a life cycle for storing any potential materials such as MMA or thermoplastic. Both have a shelf life of 1 year. And then there's some specialty tools that you would need to apply each. So we would need to shelf and store those and replace them on an annual basis. One last note on that, staff has used, the crews have used a pressure washer to clean the surfaces. So the pressure washer, we're looking to currently purchase a machine that can be used for not only crosswalks, but all kinds of other applications throughout the city, whether it's graffiti on walls or just cleaning moss off of pavement surfaces. Let's see here. So we could also use contractors to clean and repair and replace the sidewalks. Again, the initial installation for the Pride Crosswalk was $35,000, and when the tire marks damaged the white stripes, that was about $3,500 to replace those. And then the combination. There's a couple other costs that went into the crosswalk installation as well, and that includes the cameras. There were some temporary cameras installed initially. After the first couple of damages that happened to the crosswalk, improved cameras were installed, higher resolution, just to help improve security. So let's see. And then there was also some costs that I didn't have time to kind of collect for this, and that was cost of police time, detective time, those kind of things. That really was short. So yeah, that includes, so I think, yeah, we're looking for some immediate short-term direction, and that's the use of the MMA, and then also maybe some considerations for the long term.
Thank you, and thank you to Public Works for their quick responsive action on addressing the vandalism instances. We appreciate it. City Manager, before I open it up for questions, discussion, do you want to talk about how we funded the first crosswalk?
Yeah, and so when we originally funded it, we had talked about it being about $10,000 when we settled on the idea of using the thermoplast, which we did before. We actually used our diversity art money that we'd set aside that the council put in the budget to do artwork. And so we considered this an artwork, and that's how we funded it the first time. We have a similar amount of money this time around, so that's another place we could look. Part of the reason we're asking without a final price is there was some discussion about, hey, let's, should we just consider this battle scarred and just keep, being proud of it, or do we want to actually, renew it and replace it? And so if the council's decision is to go ahead and renew it, we would then come back with a full funding source, exactly how we'd fund it this time around, and then what we'd look forward to in the future. I'd also like to point out that we did get offers from Amazon to contribute $20,000 towards replacement of the crosswalk once the council had sort of decided how we want to do this in the future. We also know that the Parks and Community Foundation has offered to raise money for it as well. So if the council's decision is to go ahead, we would then begin to explore all those options, and it wouldn't just automatically be assumed that this would be funded out of the street fund or something, as an example. We would try to find other ways to fund it.
Thank you. Who wants to go first? I knew you do. Want to see if anybody else wants to. Councilmember Falcone.
I'm happy to wait if someone else is.
Nope, it looks like
eager
you've got your hand up.
to jump in. All right, thank you. Well, thank you so much. Again, I know Mayor Curtis mentioned, but thank you so much to the crews that go out there and are willing to just go out there immediately and fix this, because they understand the importance of the positive message this sends and really helping create a sense of belonging from our community members. And just how powerful that is. We've heard from so many community members, not only tonight, both publicly at our meetings, out at events, out in the community. We've had emails, calls. I know I've received so many stories from folks in the community just sharing how meaningful this is to them to really make them feel like they belong. I've heard from folks who are longtime residents that this is the first time they felt like they really belonged in the city of Kirkland. So this is worth the investment. This is an investment in our community, and I fully support moving forward. I want to thank Amazon and also the Parks and Community Foundation for their support. Also to the LGBTQIA+ community for being patient with us as we figure this out and being supportive. We heard from some folks tonight. I really am intrigued and interested in the offer of one of the organizations that spoke tonight around working with the LGBTQIA+ community, and in particular the LGBTQIA+ artist community, in creating, I think this is a great opportunity for us to create this with community and not just for community. Redmond set a really great example of how they did this and how they really allowed the community to design what it looks like. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that. I'd like to see us pursue that. It sounds like there are some other parts of this process, right, that will take a little bit of time with partnership with these potential different funders. And the good news is we have a beautiful Pride crosswalk, even though we need, it needs some repair. Because of the fast work of our crews and our amazing staff in Kirkland, it's still something that we're very proud of, that we could still celebrate during Pride Month. So I don't feel like this needs to happen before Pride Month. I really would like us to take the time, like I said, to create this with community. And again, I really appreciate the support. It sounds like there's support in the community for folks to help us with that effort, so it wouldn't be a huge, heavy lift for city staff to do that. So I'd like for us to have a conversation and at least follow up on that offer and to see what that might look like, and to see, learn perhaps from Redmond's process as well, to see how we could do that in the design of this. I think it makes sense to move forward with the MMA material for the reasons that you articulated about, we think at least it's similar-ish cost to thermoplast, at least for the initial installation. So assuming that is the case, it seems to make sense because of the maintenance issues with it, that we'd be more prepared for that. So I just, again, want to thank everybody for that. We discussed before, and we've heard from community. I mentioned that I've heard from a lot of community members, a lot of youth in our community. We've heard the desire for more of this. In our discussion on February 6th about decorative pavement markings, one of the items or categories was about other art installations such as this. So I'd like us to continue that conversation, perhaps as part of our conversation with the community about this replacement of this crosswalk. Of thinking about, I've heard from some of our, for example, Juanita High School students, that there's a desire to have a crosswalk in close proximity to their high school. There may be other youth that have other ideas, or other community members who have other ideas about additional decorative pavement markings that would support the LGBTQIA+ community. So I encourage us to include that as part of the conversation as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just a couple questions and comments. So Rod, you talked about the MMA and you said that the cost might be $35,000-$40,000 for the initial installation. Do you have any ideas on what the cost would be for like hiring contractors to maintain or to repair it?
We are actually trying to figure that out right now, and that's one of the drivers. That's where we're trying to make that an optional contract amendment into the annual striping and pavement marking program. So we're trying to get a really good hold on that. And one of the factors that's going to drive that is the material choice. So whether it's thermal or paint or MMA, that's going to help us with the ongoing maintenance costs should a contractor do it.
Yeah, so there'd be some the theory would be that there'd be some efficiencies gained by integrating it into the striping program because we're having to maintain MMA throughout the city.
Yeah, it could be done in a number of ways, perhaps with the pavement art program in itself or through the annual striper or a number of different ways that it could be done.
I think it's important, as we evaluate pavement art and maybe trying to use it in different ways in different areas that we make sure we're doing it in a cost-efficient manner. But we do have to maintain MMA right now for, the bike lanes and other things where we use the paint. So, I'd like us to continue to figure out how to make sure we economically maintain things. But overall, I like this idea of what I heard from the community tonight from several of the speakers of really getting them engaged in what Councilmember Falcone said. And I think that takes away from the pressure of continually trying to kind of find money to maintain this at a higher cost than I think what we would normally maintain a crosswalk for. So if we can get that additional partnerships with the community, I think that really addresses some of the costing issues. I do think that this covers that range of policy topics that are so difficult and challenging. We're trying to be good stewards of the public's money and taxpayers' money, but at the same time, we want to demonstrate our values as a community, being inclusive, welcoming of the LGBTQ community. So we have to just be mindful of all of that, and I certainly understand the passion and wanting to do this, but I also don't want to have to come back each year and spend $80,000 in maintaining something. And then what I would like to make sure we think about and monitor is, are there other ways to create symbols that might be more cost effective to maintain over time and still achieve the same outcomes that we're trying to achieve from the crosswalk? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? The only thing I'm going to add to that is I looked at this as public art, and we would maintain any public art that we have, just like we maintain our crosswalks. And so it's an investment in our community. It's an investment in the symbolism and our values and our public art. So it's unfortunate that it's faced with continued vandalism, but I think we should stay strong and keep working on it. I will entertain a motion. Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we direct staff to proceed with MMA for a crosswalk treatment and bring us back options for paying for it and ongoing maintenance.
Second.
It has been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold and seconded by Councilmember Tim Chisholm to approve the staff recommendations and come back with options. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would add to that, I don't know procedurally if this could be a friendly amendment or if this needs to be a formal amendment to add the piece about engaging with the community, specifically with the LGBTQIA+ community in that process as part of the options that staff brings back to council.
Yeah, that sounds like an amendment.
All right, I move that we amend the motion to include options related to involving and collaborating with the LGBTQIA+ community in the design and implementation of Pride Crosswalk /S crosswalks.
Second. Oh,
She made the motion.
yep, second?
Okay, so it's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. Discussion on the amendment. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
I'm wondering if I could get some clarification on what your amendment is. If this is something that's saying partnering with the community on funding options, since we've heard from the city manager about some interest. I think that's one thing. You may be saying something else that I don't quite understand. So could you clarify?
Great question. Happy to clarify. Yes, certainly, financial partnerships, that's great. But my focus is really on artist selection and design of the crosswalk itself. The city of Redmond had I don't know that I can speak to every detail, but they had an open call for artists to design their Pride crosswalk, and then had a very collaborative process with folks in the LGBTQIA+ community to design the crosswalk itself. And I think that's really important. That's feedback that we heard tonight. It's feedback that we've heard from community members, that they are very supportive and appreciative of this Pride crosswalk, and that they also would really appreciate moving forward in any new similar art installations to be involved in the design and the planning for such a crosswalk.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am going to be voting against this amendment. I think it is a good idea to say future, the Redmond process is interesting for future symbolism or Pride crosswalks that we do. My intention in this motion is to maintain the current Pride crosswalk with the intersex inclusive flag as is and restore it to its original condition as best as possible. Thank you.
I don't,
Would you like to speak?
yes, I would.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
The amendment brings up a good general principle of collaborating with our community. I don't know that it's an amendment to the motion on the floor.
City Attorney.
Well, I appreciate the clarification that Councilmember Falcone offered in response to the question from the Deputy Mayor. It seems to me to be an amendment because it feels to me like it's beyond the scope of the original motion as proposed, which was to bring back funding options for the repair of this piece of art and suggestions for long-term maintenance of this piece of art. And that could include, it sounds like it will include discussion with private sector and nonprofits that may wish to participate financially in that solution and that long-term maintenance. But I really did take, Councilmember Falcone, your suggestion that there be a broader conversation that touched additional topics and went beyond the scope of this particular project. That was my thinking.
Anyone else? Councilmember Pascal.
Well, I'm glad we're having this discussion because I originally took your Councilmember Falcone's amendment to be around partnerships of funding for this crosswalk. And it sounds like it's expanding it for other future crosswalks and considering art installation elsewhere. And I think that's fine to consider. I just wasn't thinking of it in this context right now, and I think that deserves some more discussion and be kind of a separate deal altogether. So I'm going to be voting no on this amendment.
I heard Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
I will be voting no on this amendment, but I will entertain additional conversations after a vote on the motion. And if there's additional conversation on this topic, I think it's maybe appropriate after the motion.
Anyone else? I want to speak next. I also will be voting against this amendment. I think that what we should focus on is the repairs of the existing crosswalk. And I'm not interested at this time to redesign this existing crosswalk. This is our first crosswalk. The community is invested in it, so I'll be voting against your amendment. Councilmember Falcone.
Thinking about what I was going to say, and now I forget. I think the reason that I raised this is I do think it's part of the same project. It really is relevant to this project and not to future projects. There were some comments about being related to future projects, and it really was about that I think we missed an opportunity with the initial installation to involve community, and I think this is a perfect opportunity to be able to do that now. Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you. I did second this motion. I will be, this is what I understood the Councilmember Falcone's proposal to be, that we heard from members of the community earlier today that they were offering their assistance in the maintenance of this crosswalk going forward. So I understood it. I understood the amendment to be asking the staff to look into the opportunities for involving the LGBTQIA plus community in helping to maintain this crosswalk. And so that's what I was seconding my support for. I still kind of understand that's what the amendment is. So in that light, I will be supporting this amendment.
Councilmember Falcone, do you want to clarify your amendment? Because what I wrote was engage the community and design a new crosswalk. So
It's in the design of the existing crosswalk. My understanding is that if we were to switch materials, we'd be replacing this crosswalk. And so I feel like that's a great opportunity to, since I've heard from so many community members that they wish we would have involved the LGBTQIA plus community in what this crosswalk were to look like, that they have asked, and the offer of support tonight was for, just involving and help facilitating engagement with the LGBTQIA plus community in whatever we choose to do. This isn't, to some of the other comments, this motion is not to move forward with redesigning it. It's to follow up with that offer and just explore what that could look like. Since the original motion is to come back with options, that would just be an option, and we can choose and have that further discussion at a subsequent meeting when we're talking about the options for moving forward with this crosswalk in general.
question is on the amended motion to engage the community in fundraising to repair the crosswalk and explore design options for ways to collaborate. All those, I've still got wrinkled foreheads. Thank you on the amendment. Any further discussion? The question is on the amendment to the motion put forward by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, I think we're going to need a roll call. City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chizen?
No.
Councilmember Black?
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet? Councilmember Falcone?
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold?
No.
Mayor Curtis?
No. The motion fails. The amendment fails 5-2. Question is on the original motion. 4-3. Oh, I missed that. See, that's why I need a roll call. Thank you. The question's on the original motion put forth by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Rod.
Yeah, thank you.
Quick presentation, long discussion. All right, we are moving to debt issue ordinance, second reading. City Manager.
Sorry, turn myself off there. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the second time we're bringing this to you. This is the ordinance to issue debt for both the fire station renovations and also the Safe Routes to School projects. We're looking for council final action tonight, unless council has questions. So here to give that presentation is our Deputy Finance Director, Shri Christian.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Council. And I think, although I just thought I got this straightened out, I might need some help from IT too. Sorry about that. Tonight's presentation is really brief. We have an ordinance presented and included in the packet for the council to act on. We also have
It's just at the end, yeah. Thank you, Robert.
Sorry about that. Council, we have an ordinance in the packet for your deliberation, and we have staff present to answer any questions. The debt issuance, as was brought forward in our first reading, is for a total of $43.9 million. As we explained the last time, that's an amount that includes the $21.5 million for the complete construction of Fire Station 27, the renovation of 21 and 26, along with $21.3 million for safer routes to schools, and the second part of it is funded from the Transportation Benefit District. Car tab fees are $20 apiece. The total amount, which is set to not exceed that, includes the issuance costs and also anticipates any amount that we might be collecting less than we need. So that's the total amount, which is why there's a difference between the two numbers. And there was also a question about potential uses of existing funds. We hope that we answered those questions to the council in the memo. Happy to discuss that further here. We also have our financial advisors, PFM, and our bond counsel from Pacifica Law, available to answer any other questions you might have on this. And I believe the last time we also had some questions about the timing of the issuance and potentially mapping it to the market and interest rates. So we're available to answer any questions on that, if council has any.
Council, any questions? It looks like we don't. I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that we adopt ordinance 04871, an ordinance of the City of Kirkland, Washington, authorizing the issuance of one or more series of limited tax general obligation bonds. I'm going to say ... because I think it's a long title. Is that okay? I've talked enough tonight.
Second.
All right, it has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black to move ordinance 04861. Any discussion? Did I read it?
4871, I believe.
Oh, you're right. Didn't have the glasses on. 4871. Any discussion? All right, questions on the motion or on the ordinance? City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chizen,
Yes.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet. Yes. Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fastest presentation ever. All right, we are moving on to purchasing code amendments. City Manager.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So this is the second time that the council has heard this ordinance, but it's been a few months. So we had a pretty detailed memo, and we have a little bit of a technical presentation here. We're looking for council thoughts and feedback and possible action. So we're hoping we addressed the concerns that were raised the last time, but we're got a team here ready to answer your questions if you need so with the finance office and the city attorney's office. So here to give that presentation is our finance director, Michael Olson.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. A somewhat brief presentation. Let's see. Here we go. This was first brought to council on October 17th of 2023. The goal was to improve the organization, clarify language, and streamline procurement. And this presentation, the staff received council feedback, and this presentation is to answer those questions that were raised at that time. So that's the next few slides. There was a request for improved transparency for architectural and engineering contracts, and currently the public can get copies through the public records portal request. In addition, staff added to the city's website a portal to link to the architectural and engineering contracts, and also recently amended the procurement report to link to the contracts. And the goal is to not only for the architectural and engineering to link to all of the contracts available. If you have any questions as I go through these, please ask. In the construction of public works, council expressed that those that are high profile or those that have broad constituent interest come before council. And to simplify a response to that, staff left the code as a dollar threshold, because most of those high interest, community interest and alternate projects are more than this threshold of $350,000. And so here is the language from the code that anything valued over $350,000 would go to council for approval. Alternatively, the city manager can always take contracts under that amount to city council for approval. The second paragraph there states that small works roster bids are left at $75,000. Will go to council over that amount, but even under that amount, the city manager may bring those to council for approval.
Could you leave that one up just for a second to see if council has questions on that? That's a lot of underlined text, so. Okay.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just one comment, and that is that one of those high-profile things is going to be the scramble, and that's going to be something that I think we're going to want to have regular updates, particularly as we continue to find problems underground.
And I think the value of the contract for the scramble is right around $2 million.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, go ahead.
Okay. There was council expressed an interest for high-value goods and services purchased that they go to council, and so including vehicles and equipment. And so the code has been amended so that anything over $75,000 that is procured through an invitation for bid would go to council for approval. Council requested that the delegations that are made to managers and directors and managers and supervisors that is currently in the procurement manual be approved by council. So there was a section added that the director, which is the finance director, may delegate the authority to managers, supervisors, or other staff in the noted amounts in the amendment. Maximum of $75,000 for directors, $10,000 for managers, and $1,000 for supervisors or other approved staff.
All right, no questions.
Okay. There was the proposed amendments exempted legal services, and there was a request that public defense and prosecution services still go before council for approval. So the code was amended to include that this chapter applies to public defense and prosecution services for going to council for approval. On the alternative public works contracting, there was a request that the alternate delivery methods go before council for approval, and so the code was amended to include that language, and it's also required by state authorization that the city council approve these contracts.
Oh, Councilmember Pascal.
Just a question about this. So does this mean that the council authorization is more focused on allowing for these alternate contracts to move forward, or is this authorization meaning that if those contracts are utilized, that each contract comes before the council?
I do have our senior assistant city attorney online for help, but I do believe it means that any contract that uses alternate delivery methods has to go to council for approval. Is that correct, Darcy?
Yeah, tonight in the ordinance, it just authorizes these methods to be considered. But if any of them were selected as a recommended approach to delivering a public works construction project, council has to approve that approach being used, which includes the contract and then is involved in that process and selection there. So that's required by the statute. And our code doesn't go into any details on that because we would just follow the law, state law about that. But yeah, the contract would come to you and the selected vendor or, the contractor, project manager, depending on which one you did.
Okay, so the contracts would not be held to the same contract limits as the regular contracting, that all contracts would come before?
Yes. If it's an alternate
contract-
delivery
that's-
method, it doesn't matter the.
I think we're saying the same thing. I just wanted to make sure.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Finally, the council asked for comparisons with neighboring cities. The matrix of comparisons is actually included in the council packet, so this is just a summary. For most categories and purchases, Kirkland's purchasing thresholds, the change we're going to up to $75,000 matches most of the other neighboring cities, particularly for material supplies and general services, and then for public works contracts. The proposal in the amended code is for $350,000 and above to go to council, or above $350,000 go to council, and you can see the comparison cities limits for going to council for approval on this slide. So the next steps, the council can approve this ordinance tonight, or they can propose other revisions, and we can bring the ordinance back to council at a later date.
All right, any questions? I will entertain a motion. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move ordinance 4681.
Second.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm to move ordinance 04861. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have a couple of amendments to consider. First, Michael and Darcy and team really appreciate the work on this. I went back and listened to our discussion in October, and originally staff had proposed streamlining that would approve contracts that were under budget at any amount, and council had a lot of very substantive feedback to that. And I went back and listened to our remarks, and I appreciate how you've responded to that. I think that some of our intention was that we wanted to have council involvement in some of the larger and complex projects. And I'm concerned that the solution you've come up to with $350,000 is that we've missed the opportunity to do the procurement streamlining that you talked about being the goal. I think that there's some room between $350,000 and the major $1 million plus projects where we may not need to approve that. So I have an amendment to, this is Amendment 1, that's shown on the screen here that would provide a way for the city manager to request that the council pre-authorize bids. We've done this in a couple of occasions recently where timing was in the essence, and I think this would be another opportunity to streamline. So I'd like to move to amend pending ordinance 4681 at page 147, line 308, as shown on the screen, adding a new section C.
Second?
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone to amend the motion as on the screen. Any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
A question on this amendment. So walk me through how that would work. So what then comes before council? Is it on an agenda?
If the contract is under $2 million and does not contain any additive alternates, and it is within budget that has been authorized for the project, then it wouldn't need to come to council.
But the pre-authorization.
Sorry, let me speak up.
The pre-authorization would come to the council for approval beforehand. So it's not anything under $2 billion we do. It's you have to approve the pre-authorization before that.
Right. I'm just wondering, what's the pre-authorization? What is that? Is that a memo that comes on the consent, or I'm trying to understand what that looks and feels like. And why that reduces, streamlines effort, because it's still coming to the council. That's why I'm trying to understand the differences here.
Councilmember Pascal, the idea here was pre-authorization would be contained in the process of a CIP, so an adoption of the resolution or the adoption of the budget that sets up the project, authorizes the project, and has a budget set. The council has had an opportunity to discuss. So that would be the piece where staff was hoping that we would have had the discussion, received the council's authorization, and so we would skip the step of bringing it back again, since it fits within these parameters, if the council feels that that would be helpful.
So we already approved the CIP, so how is this any different than how is this pre-authorization any different than what we're already doing?
So the pre-authorization is that. The council's action of approving the budget that actually funds the CIP is the authorization for the project, the pre-authorization.
Deputy Mayor
It's really
Arnold.
confusing to me.
You want to speak?
Yeah, my intention here is that the city manager would propose a slate of things that could be pre-authorized, given the feedback previously that there may be things that are larger projects or complex projects that have community interests that we want to talk about. But instead of trying to identify those, I thought it might be easier to identify the things that might be more straightforward and give the opportunity for the city manager to do that. Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilmember Pascal?
Well, I'll speak to this. If this pre-authorization is happening at the time that the CIP is adopted, we're not fundamentally really changing things very much, I would argue. And we don't really know what is a high public interest sometimes at the CIP adoption process. That comes as projects move forward. So yeah, I don't really understand the pre-authorization process. So I'm going to have I'm not going to be able to support this amendment.
Any other discussion on this amendment? All right, I'm going to call a vote on this amendment. Question on, amendment's been made by Councilmember Arnold, second by Councilmember Falcone, that is on the screen, to prioritize streamline pre-authorization. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 6-1. Deputy Mayor Arnold.
Thank you. I'd like to move my second amendment to change the threshold from $75,000 to $100,000. If you look at the comparison with the other cities, we have other cities that have moved their council approval for the goods and services contract in the $100,000 to $200,000 range. And I think that I talked with staff on the 75 number that's in the memo. That's basically an inflationary increase, and wanted to look for opportunities to better streamline. So I'd like to move to amend pending ordinance 4816 at e-page 149-402 to strike out $75,000 and insert $100,000.
I apologize. We put an error in the amendments. It's actually ordinance 4681.
Oh, it is.
What is the ordinance number, City Clerk?
48621.
I believe it's 61, not 16.
All right. Do I have a second on Deputy Mayor's amendment?
Second.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor to make the proposed amendment, second by Councilmember Sweet. Any discussion? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Within discussion, may I ask staff's opinion on the amendment? If there's a purpose you selected 75 instead of 100, or?
75 was basically the closest to inflation growth since the time 50,000 was selected in 2007.
There's been a lot of inflation.
Yes. And it's still gives the city manager discretion to bring contracts under that amount to city council if they, if they need to for approval.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else? Questions on Amendment 2, proposed by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Sweet, to change the threshold from 75,000 to 100,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment carries 7-0. All right. Question is on the original ordinance, 4861, proposed by Deputy Mayor Arnold, second by Councilmember Tim Chisholm, City Clerk. Oops, Councilmember Pascal.
You asked for questions, right?
Yeah, sure
Or
I did.
Comments.
It's almost
Discussion.
9.
Just a quick question. Again, can you remind me, so contracts then that no longer come to council under any of the different procurement, how would the public find those, or how would we see them, I guess?
They will be listed on the city's website. There'll be a link to all the contracts that are approved.
That are not approved by council, but are approved by staff. And so
Right.
that's something new.
Right, that's something new that we're going to be placing.
Right, and then in the procurement report, which is an update to the council whenever we have done it, which we send to the council every month, we're going to now link not just the A&E contracts, but all contracts. So you'll be able to see them there as well.
Okay, so the public will still have access to all this information, even though it's not coming to council for approval,
Yes.
is what you're saying? Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or discussion? All right, the question is on the amended ordinance 4861. City Clerk?
Councilmember Tim Chisholm,
Aye.
Councilmember Black,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet, Councilmember Falcone,
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Arnold,
Yes.
Mayor Curtis.
Yes. Thank you very much. All right, it's almost 9. I'm going to call a quick break. Let's come back at 9:10.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are back from our quick break, and we are now moving to item 9D, the 2024 legislative session update. City Manager.
Okay, so I think this is our second to last update of the short session. So here to give you that is our Government Affairs Manager, Diana Hart.
Good evening, Council. So as City Manager mentioned, we're on day 58 of session. So nearing the end of session, we've passed every cutoff except the final, which is sine die. All bills must have passed out of both chambers, and only those that are necessary to implement the budget or having differences between chambers resolved remain alive for consideration. All bills that make it through the legislature head to the governor's desk, where the governor may sign the bill into law, allow the bill to become law without a signature, veto a section of a bill known as a partial veto, or fully veto the bill. Bills sent to the governor more than 5 days before sine die have 5 days to be acted on. Bills that are sent fewer than 5 days have 20 days, not counting Sundays. Of the 532 bills that survived the Chamber of Origin cutoff before your last meeting, 373 have survived opposite chamber cutoff, which brings Kirkland's tracking list down to just 77 bills. This session has been the most return to pre-COVID normal we've seen yet. While a lot of bills were introduced, many of the big new ideas struggled to advance or hit the roadblocks as they would have in years past. Face-to-face interactions between members and the reintroduction of in-person lobbyists have definitely slowed the process, which was further compounded by limited budget availability and a significant number of initiative proposals this year. With that in mind, there have still been some good wins for Kirkland this session. That brings us to the next item and an update on our legislative priorities. Starting off with TOD, 2160 picked up some traction, but ultimately did not have the votes to make it out of the Senate's Fiscal Committee. We've had some member and stakeholder acknowledgement for the work that Kirkland did on this bill and how that support helped carry this bill as far as it did this session. This bill is expected to be back in some form next session. And looking to REIT, a little life was breathed into REIT for a brief moment when you're after your last council meeting when the House version was passed out of committee. However, no further action has been taken on these proposals. So at this point, despite being eligible to be considered necessary to implement the budget, it is extremely unlikely that they'll move forward. Behavioral health. This session has had some good wins for behavioral health, with many of the bills Kirkland has been supporting on their ways to the governor's signature already. These bills will make it easier for licensed social workers to start working in Washington, limit liability of crisis responders, and expand access for minors to crisis relief centers. And the final item on our legislative agenda, 1% property tax cap lift. Unfortunately, no update on this bill from your last meeting and is still stuck in the X files. The House and Senate have announced their conference teams to discuss and come to consensus on the supplemental budget bills for the transportation, operating, and capital budgets. We'll likely know more tomorrow on the final status of our funding requests, but it may come down to the wire before we know full details. However, we have gotten some late breaking news on the capital budget compromise, as we have successfully maintained the $300,000 for Everett's Park in the compromise budget as a compromise between the House and Senate. So we are like 99% sure we'll be seeing that funding coming to Kirkland. More to come on the transportation budget and as the budgets move through approval later this week. And that brings us to last item is discussion and updates on some of the items that we brought forward for discussion during session so far. First item is rent stabilization. After your discussion at the last meeting, House Bill 2114 received a public hearing and was scheduled to be execed out of the Senate Fiscal Committee. Ultimately, this bill was unable to find the necessary votes to move before cutoff. Based on the interest from members, I'd expect to see some similar proposals back in the future sessions, potentially more of a pathway forward in a longer session and not in a short session heading into an election year. The second is an update on the 6 initiatives to the legislature. 3 were passed and will become law, and 3 will be sent to the November general election. Of the 3 that will be becoming law, the first is Initiative 2081 regarding parental rights for children's public education. This had strong bipartisan votes out of the House and a unanimous vote out of the Senate. Initiative 2111. This is the income tax ban passed out of the House and Senate with bipartisan votes. Part of the rationale behind this approval is that the legislature has the ability to undo this policy in 2 years with a simple majority, and there were no proposals on the table by governmental entities in Washington to impose such tax in the next 2 years. And then the final is Initiative 2113 regarding vehicular pursuits. This passed out of the House and Senate with bipartisan votes, and this proposal effectively loosens the work done by the legislature over the last few years. The three that were not heard and will be heading to the November ballot are Initiative 2117, ending carbon tax credit trading, Initiative 2124 related to the Long-Term Care Act. This proposal would allow employees in Washington to opt out of the program at any time, and Initiative 2109 repealing the state's capital gains tax. The third on my list was an update to the traffic safety camera legislation. Earlier today, this was on my list to provide an update on the potentially unclear path this bill had forward to the governor's desk due to the complicating amendments taken in the Senate. But earlier this evening, the House concurred on the Senate's amendments, and this bill will now head to the governor. Some components in the final version include the provision authorizing certain civilian employees to review infractions, capping fines at $145 adjusted for inflation every 5 years, with the provision to double fines in school speed zones, and some restrictions on how funding can be utilized. And this concludes my updates for the session, but there is more to come as the legislature finishes their work this session and the attention turns to the governor's desks over the next few weeks. The legislative work group will have one final 2024 session meeting, debriefing session, and laying the groundwork for interim. And then we'll be doing council coffees before you know it to start developing the 2025 agenda. So we'll be back to provide an update when things are a little more clear on what's clearing the governor's desk and a sort of full session recap. But concluding there tonight, and happy to answer any questions you have as always.
Any questions for Diana? Councilmember Black.
Oh, nothing major, but thank you, Madam Mayor. Nothing major, but I did have a question about the traffic safety cameras, and that is an important one for the city of Kirkland because that's an important part of our safety strategy. Either there might be something I misread, there might be something that was in the bill earlier today and and got removed. But I thought I saw something, Diana, about $0 fine. The first fine had to be a $0 fine. Did I read that correctly? And is that some?
So there's actually two bills. That bill is the work zone bill.
Gotcha.
So that has to do with work zones on state highways. So that provision is that the first infraction you get in a work zone is $0, and then anything after that I think is $248.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That helps. I appreciate it.
Anyone else? Thank you, Diana. The only thing I'm going to add is this is for council. I've been appointed to AWC's Statement of Policy Committee, which is 20 cities that inform the policy. The AWC Statement of Policy is updated every 6 years, and it covers issues such as land control or land use, local control, public safety, and infrastructure. It's approved by the AWC membership. But why it's important is it informs AWC's legislative priorities. So this is a chance for Kirkland to be in the room where it happens. We will, just doing that for Councilmember Falcone. The meetings begin in April. We will be bringing the policy to council for feedback so that I'm representing council's comments on the policy. And then the legislative work group will be supporting me as we strategize through the process. So. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for our public who's listening, can you tell them what AWC stands for?
Association of Washington Cities. It's every city in Washington state. Thank you, Councilmember Black. Diana, I said goodbye to you in the hallway, but we will see you back in chambers very soon. So thank you for all your hard work this session. All right, we are moving on to Interview Selection Committee recommendations, and I'm going to refer to Councilmember Falcone to report out on the Interview Selection Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I first want to thank all the community members who applied. We had an amazing applicant pool, and I have to thank city staff for their great outreach and in informing the public, our communications department, our equity team, Kathy and her team. Like, this is so much great work by staff. I feel like each year we have harder and harder decisions to make because there's just so many amazing applicants. So thank you to all the community members who applied. We really appreciate your engagement and wanting to participate in this. As you read in your memo, I won't review the entire memo. Council members Black, Tim Chisholm, and myself, along with Kathy and Elizabeth, met last week to discuss the applicants and to craft these recommendations for you tonight. So thank you, Kathy and Elizabeth. They did a great job supporting this work. I'm happy to report we all did our homework. We thoroughly read the applications and had very thoughtful and a very lively discussion on these recommendations. And there were three. We feel that these recommendations really are strong and represent a variety, diverse pool of potential folks that we could appoint to these different positions. We present you tonight with three general recommendations. The first relates to the TDC reappointments, as we've done in the past. The second, also as we have done in previous years, we're recommending reappointing most of the incumbents without interviewing in order to save us time, because we have a lot of folks that we're recommending that we interview, perhaps not as many as some of the years in the past. But and then third, our third recommendation is the list of applicants that we are recommending that we interview at our special meeting scheduled on March 31st, 26th, sorry. Yes, I looked at the wrong date in the memo. Thanks, Kathy. Again, we had so many outstanding applicants. It was really hard to narrow down the list. You may notice that there are a few applicants who we're recommending to interview for 2 or more positions. We've done this in the past, so similarly to how we've handled that in the past, the recommendation is to hold a single interview with each of those applicants, which will likely be a little bit longer than if they were just interviewing for a single board or commission. But shorter than if we interviewed them like 4, 3, or whatever separate interviews. And along with that, we would invite the chairs of the relevant board or commissions to join those. And Kathy has promised to work her magic like she has done in previous years. No pressure, Kathy. To really minimize the time commitment by each of those board and commission chairs, so that, you know, if there's someone interviewing for 2 and that perhaps one will follow the other, that board and commission, so that that chair doesn't have to sit there for the entirety of the night. So thank you again to Kathy, Elizabeth, to my fellow colleagues, Councilmembers Chisholm and Black, and all the community members. These are our recommendations, and I'll leave it to you, Madam Mayor, for discussion and whether anyone wants to propose any edits, or if we want to move forward as recommended.
Thank you, Councilmember Falcone, and thank you to all the members of the Interview Selection Committee, and I'm always so grateful for the people that are willing to step up and serve. Any discussion? I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Falcone.
I move that we adopt the recommendations of the Interview Selection Committee as presented in the memo.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Black, to approve the Interview Selection Committee recommendations. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. We are now to one of my favorite topics, save the best for last. No offense intended. Everybody knows how I feel about trees. We're going to talk about the Urban Forest 6-year work plan progress update. City Manager.
Okay, well, you said it very well. That's exactly what we're going to do, give you an update. And here to provide that update is our Environmental Program Manager, Katie Hogan.
Thank you, City Manager. I missed a step. Okay, good evening, Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Arnold, and council members. I'm here tonight very excited to provide an update on the city's urban forest 6-year work plan. We have about a 10-minute presentation for you tonight and then plenty of time for comments and questions afterward. This plan, it was adopted by City Council in 2021 and is currently heading into its 4th year. The Urban Forest 6-year work plan is an action-oriented plan that includes high priorities for preserving and enhancing our urban forest. These actions stem from our Urban Forest Strategic Management Plan that was created and adopted in 2013. And this is the first time that we're providing council with an update on this plan, so we do have a lot to share. And moving forward, staff does plan to provide council with annual updates. Tonight, while we can't cover everything, I'll highlight some of the larger projects and the recent work that the city has done. And before we dive into the current work, I wanted to provide a quick overview of the tree team. So the tree team was formed with the goal of improving interdepartmental collaboration and communication and works to implement the actions in the 6-year work plan. The team meets quarterly and works together to help streamline different city procedures, make sure everybody is on the same page, and assess how we can pool resources such as applying for grants, which do require a lot of oversight to meet urban forestry goals and objectives. So the tree team, it consists of staff from multiple different departments, including planning and building, public works, and parks and community services, all of whom those that are on the team, they all manage trees throughout the city or other natural resources. And all the work the great work that I'll discuss tonight was completed collaboratively across these departments and overseen by members of the tree team. So the Urban Forest 6-year work plan includes 27 distinct actions, and these actions fall under 5 different categories or umbrellas. And those categories include tree inventories, tree planting throughout the city, public tree maintenance, community engagement, and program framework. And we're making great progress toward completing these actions, and nearly 90% of the actions have been completed or are currently underway. There are 2 actions that have not yet been started, which may need to get bumped into the next 6-year work program cycle or reevaluated, and those 2 actions include establishing a heritage tree program and seeking program sustainability certification. And one of the major actions, I'm excited to give an update on this tonight, one of the major actions in the work plan was to complete an inventory of our public trees so that we can better understand the baseline condition of our trees and management that's needed. So City Council approved a service package for this inventory project back in 2021, and then staff was able to supplement this with applying for a King Conservation District member jurisdiction grant. The tree team formed a subcommittee about a year ago now and put together an RFP and selected a contractor for the project. So Planet Geo was selected, and they began the inventory work in August of 2023. They're actually just now wrapping up the final aspects of the inventory, and we anticipate receiving those deliverables within the next month. I have some preliminary data I can show you today, but we'll have a lot more information in the next month or so. This inventory, it included all public trees that are located within our right-of-ways. It also included all trees located on public facility sites such as City Hall, fire stations. It included all the trees that are in Public Works managed open spaces, which we didn't previously have any data on, so it's great that we now have those baseline conditions. And then this doesn't happen often, but a few months into the project realized that we actually had more budget than we anticipated, so we were able to expand the scope and actually include all the trees along the Cross-Kirkland corridor and in most of our maintained parks. So we have a fairly comprehensive parks tree inventory for the maintained areas, not necessarily the natural spaces, but where we have people using the park at a higher volume. And with this inventory, you can kind of see it up on the PowerPoint here. We will have a new software. That software is called Tree Plotter. And this software, it's very tree-centric, and it will allow staff to actually update data more regularly so they can track trees that are removed, trees that are managed, such as pruning or mulching, watering, and then also trees that are planted. We are looking at how we might be able to also track trees that are planted or removed, not related to city work necessarily, but more associated with capital improvement projects or private development projects that impact right-of-way trees. So that's still in the works. We're exploring options. I think this is the first time we're using this software, so it may take us a few months to kind of wrap our heads around it and see how we can use it, but we're hoping to maximize it to the extent that we can. And this is the most comprehensive tree inventory that the city has had to date. And ultimately, the goal is to allow us to better understand kind of what we have, the baseline conditions of our public trees, so that we can prioritize the management needs and acquire and allocate funding and resources as needed. So some fun data for you tonight.
Katie?
The data, yes.
Before you move on, what does the different colors of dots?
That's actually different tree species.
That's what I was hoping.
Yeah, so it's color coded. You can kind of sort it in multiple ways, and one of those is by tree species. You can do size, condition. Yeah, and we will have a publicly accessible version of the software as well.
Wonderful, thank you.
So the data obtained through the inventory sheds some light on shed some insights on the composition of our urban forest. So you can see here, the top 3 most common tree species that we have for public trees are Douglas fir, which comprise about 1/4 of our trees, and that's a native tree to this area, followed by big leaf maple and western red cedar, which are around 13%, both of which are also native tree species. We have 422 distinct species of trees on public property, and the average size of those trees is about 12 inches diameter. These numbers are currently ideal, and having a high species diversity is really important to have a resilient forest in the event that there's a pest or disease outbreak. So that is looking very promising. The graph at the bottom here shows different tree size classes, such as 0 to 6 inches diameter, 6 to 12 inches diameter, and so on. It also shows those kind of purple dashed lines there is the optimal percentage of trees within each of these size classes in order to have a resilient and diverse urban forest. So Kirkland is fairly optimal in most categories. We do have, we're a little bit below optimal in that smallest size class, so 0 to 6 inch trees. So that would be fairly young trees, maybe looking at less than 10, 15 years old or younger. And what this indicates to us is that we need to focus on some replanting to compensate for when our larger and older trees begin to decline over time. So you can kind of think about it as the next generation of our urban forest. And another great asset provided by this inventory is that we now have iTree ecosystem benefits provided by public trees. Just keep in mind this is only for public trees. We don't have this necessarily for all trees in the city that are located on private property, although that is something that we should be able to get through a canopy assessment, which I'll talk about in a moment. So this analysis provides kind of a breakdown of the benefits that trees provide, such as storing carbon, improving air quality, and intercepting storm water. And it also shows the annual monetary value provided by those trees, which this actually might be a little outdated, as I put this in here a couple weeks ago, but is around $370,000 annually. We've also learned about the current condition of our public trees, which is really important when we're considering management options. So each tree was assigned a condition category ranging from critical to excellent based on the health and structural condition that the field arborist observed. And the good news is that the majority of our trees actually fall within that fair to good condition, and those trees have pretty minimal maintenance requirements. And many of the trees that did have larger maintenance needs, like removal, for example, are generally smaller in size and less than 12 inches diameter, which they will be easier to manage, less expensive, less technical, and also have smaller canopies. So, if they are not fully dead and they are still alive, contribute to less canopy loss with their removal. Planting sites were also identified, which met the criteria of our Public Works pre-approved plans. This included almost 200 available planting sites throughout the public right-of-way. Just wanted to note this is not fully comprehensive and was only a smaller portion of the scope for this specific project. And the reason for that is that there are other analysis methods for looking at planting sites, such as a canopy analysis, kind of looking at where are there gaps in our canopy, where are there appropriate medians or landscape strips that can be planted. So a lot of that can be done from behind a desk and doesn't necessarily rely on the more expensive boots on the ground identification of sites. This does give us a great starting point, though, for prioritizing planting locations. And on that note, Public Works is currently working on developing a program to enhance and improve our street tree planting program. And they're exploring ways that they may be able to hire some seasonal staff to help with the high watering demands during the summer when those trees are in those critical establishment periods. We do tend to see a fairly high mortality rate of newly planted trees in the right-of-way, especially with the drier summers that we've had these past few years. And the city continues to plant trees at a rapid pace. Parks and Community Services, with the help from Green Kirkland Partnership, volunteers, and hired crews, have planted over 3,000 trees over the past 3 years. And this includes enrolling 66 new acres of natural areas into active restoration programs. So there are a lot of shrubs and ground cover being planted as well. Over $200,000 of funding was from the city forestry account, and that was allocated to these restoration projects. And that funding comes directly from development fee in lieu or civil penalty fines from illegal tree removals. And the tree rebate program continues to be a success and sees increased numbers each year. So now in its third year, the program offers certificates. So rather than rebates, it offers certificates and helps to cover the upfront cost to residents that may not be able to afford those out-of-pocket expenses. Some 2024 goals include streamlining the application process even further to make it more accessible, and also targeting outreach through social media, postcards, and utility bill inserts to lower canopy areas of the city, as well as underserved populations that are a certain percentage under the median income. We do have a tool that we received through, I think it was a 2022 grant through King Conservation District that helps us to map out tree equity scores in the city, and we can look at those specific locations for doing some outreach to enroll in this program. Okay, and so the next 2 years are pretty big years for urban forestry at the city. We were just approved for a King Conservation District member jurisdiction grant for $10,000 to obtain new tree canopy data. This data helps us understand changes in our canopy citywide and can influence policy and regulation decisions to mitigate canopy loss. This data was actually last updated in 2017, right at the beginning of the code amendment project. And so starting in April, within the next month, hopefully, we'll be able to have pretty immediate access to 2021 canopy data. And then in the fall, once the newest imagery is available, which is 2023 imagery, we'll be able to have that data. So we'll get to see a little bit of data from 2021, and then in the fall, we'll be able to see the latest data available. Staff is pursuing options and considering how we can update our canopy data more frequently. Ideally, maybe every 3 to 4 years instead of every 6 to 7 years, which we are currently doing. The methodology that we use is using available aerial imagery as well as LiDAR imagery, and this is currently the most accurate and cost-effective methodology for these canopy assessments. The imagery only becomes available every 2 to 3 years, so getting anything more frequent than that would be a little bit more of a challenge, and we'd have to explore whether or not that would be feasible. Our consultant that conducted the inventory, I touched on this earlier, but they're finishing up quality control and analysis of our tree inventory data. We'll have that report available soon, and then departments and the tree team will be reviewing that information to develop management plans for moving forward. We'll continue to manage invasives throughout the city and ramp up removal of ivy specifically in our public right-of-way. While we have a pretty good idea of where most of those heavy ivy areas are located, the goal is to pursue hiring a contractor to help us identify these locations and then potentially help with the actual removal depending on city staff capacity. And as mentioned earlier, we are working toward increasing the capacity for replanting in the right-of-way. We're hoping to get those numbers up and make sure that we have the staffing available to maintain those trees so that they do survive in the long run. Staff has also identified, so park staff has identified 7 potential sites that would be good candidates for receiving trees that cannot be planted during capital improvement or development projects. So these are big areas in the city that have fairly low invasive coverage that would be a good options to plant new trees in. Currently, how this process works is that applicants can pay a fee in lieu. If there is no space to replant on the site, that money then goes directly into the city forestry account, and then it is used directly for tree planting projects in the city, particularly on our parks, properties, and our natural areas. We're looking at how we can provide an even more direct route for developers to plant off-site, and also how we can track it better and really look at that kind of, one-to-one replacement of trees being removed versus planted. And then finally, both the Urban Forest 6-year work plan and Urban Forest strategic management plan are due for updates. These are on the 2024 to 2026 planning work program, and the update process will begin in early 2025. The Urban Forest Strategic Management Plan was last updated in 2013, so we're looking at a little over a decade ago now. And this project does involve extensive community outreach as well as an in-depth analysis of current urban forestry conditions and programs. And with that, I will open it up to council for any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed that.
I'm glad to hear it.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. I want to thank you for your presentation. This is a very important issue. We have a 40% tree canopy. Bellevue has 28%, and Seattle has 12%. And I'd like to see us maintain that 40% tree canopy. I think that can be maintained with frequent updates, every 3 to 5 years. And whatever's realistic, I would like to see more frequent updates on the issues. On this issue, I also am intrigued by the subject of fines for unlawful removal, because we sometimes fine people $500,000 when there is hundreds of thousands of dollars or millions of dollars to be gained by that removal. Then the financial aspect of those fines oftentimes is not really a deterrent or a sufficient deterrent for illegal removal. And I would like to know more about how much we have been fining, especially in cases where the removal is intentional and pervasive and is directly related to an intentional removal for development. And I don't want to demonize developers, but I want to also make sure that those funds stay within planting more trees, and especially high-value trees, as opposed to arborvitae, which I saw listed in here as a tree. I'm not sure it's a tree, but okay. But this is a great presentation, and I hope we do everything we can to maintain that 40%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Katie, thank you again for just how strong your presentations are. You did a great job of presenting and synthesizing, and actually, I really felt really good about, I think it was the previous slide, about the important work that we're going to be doing in the next 2 years. So thank you for that. I have 2 questions, and I don't mean to put you on the spot for either of these questions. So either of these questions can lead to a follow-up conversation. You don't have to answer them tonight. My first question has to do with the one in the memo, and for my colleagues, and I guess even for those following along at home, on what? Oh, it's the page number's blocked. page 186. On page 186 of the packet, we do have an item, plant trees. We have 7 actions. One of those actions we're not following up on. I was trying to make sure I understood which of those actions we're not following up on, so I scrolled down to the Excel spreadsheet. So now we're on page, I think, 192. And it looks like it's the item labeled as City CIP and Private Property Development Projects Develop Tree Bank Program to Mitigate Tree Removals. And that's marked NA, and so I assume that's the one we're not following up on. I did want to, but yet in your presentation, you were talking a lot about our goal of planting trees. And in fact, we need to plant more trees because in your graphic, it shows the data that we've done where we need more trees is in the 0 to 6 inch. So we need young trees, so we need to plant a lot more trees. Can you tell me how to synthesize what I'm reading in the material and the important work that we're doing on tree bank and getting trees planted using either development fee in lieu or code penalties? Can you just delve a little bit deeper into that for me?
Yes.
I want to make sure we're doing what we set our goal to do two years ago when we adopted the tree code and emphasize the importance of tree bank and planting the right trees in the right place.
Yeah, and so that specific action that was in the work plan to create or formalize a tree bank program, that was actually associated with a service package that City Council approved in 2021. It was for $50,000 to formalize a tree bank program. And so we met with multiple departments, with Parks Department, Surface Water, Public Works, to see, how we might be able to put together some type of formal tree bank. Do we need to hire a consultant to come in, kind of figure out our systems, how we can really make that more of a standard procedure. And ultimately what resulted from that was that we have a really great system already. We have the city forestry account that allows for really easy access to funds for restoration projects per Chapter 95, as long as they meet those criteria listed in Chapter 95. So our ultimate conclusion was that we really do have the potential for a kind of internal tree bank program, and we would be able to actually incorporate that into our existing Munis software and utilize that as a tracking mechanism for, for instance, if a development project needed to plant 200 trees and they could only fit 100, we could note that in Munis and then make sure that that is going, that funding that they're paying fee in lieu is going directly toward tree planting within one of our parks properties. So because we have so many great spaces to plant that Parks has identified, we don't feel we need somebody to necessarily do that work for us to analyze spaces available for planting. We have so much great data already. So what we ended up doing was actually rolling that $50,000 into our tree inventory project and using some of that funding to help us identify other sites within the public right-of-way that would be good for planting as well. So we're kind of at the early stages of seeing how we might be able to formalize our internal city forestry account a little bit more, but one thought is that, we could look at a park site or a public works right-of-way site that is fairly adjacent to a removal project or a development project, and then try to replace trees within that radius from that project that's resulting in tree removal. So it's not that we're not pursuing it, it's just that we're kind of doing it in a different way.
That's perfect. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I loved seeing the reading about and seeing the tree team. I love that it's cross-departmental. That was one thing when we were looking at the tree code and hearing from the public. One of the things that we were hearing was that we, didn't have perfect consistency, that, across departments, that planning might be prioritizing trees in a certain way, public works might be prioritizing trees in a different way, and I love that those departments are working together now. My last question, we still, and this kind of springboards off of Councilmember Tim Chisholm's comment, still when we hear, complaints from the public, more often than not, they still have to do with development activity. And a lot of times they have to do with trees that either are protected, should be protected, or the community looks at the situation and says those, based on their reading of the code, those trees should be protected. And I guess what I want to ask here is I just want to make sure that we have given you and the staff the policy tools you need and the resources you need to actually do the code enforcement that is important to us based on our discussions when we adopted the tree code. Also very important to our community. And you're probably not going to be able to answer that question tonight. I would like that to be part of a continuing dialogue. And does that mean additional code enforcement staff? Does that mean a different way of approaching? But that's the number one concern folks have is, hey, they're doing something I know they're not supposed to be doing, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. It may be a misunderstanding. In fact, a lot of times it might be. Other times, maybe the city staff doesn't have all the tools and resources that it needs, and so I'd like to have that discussion because that's an area of deep concern. Continues to be an area of deep concern.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I maybe can't answer that code enforcement question right now, but we are really, I didn't touch on this too much in the presentation, but in the memo and in the report card, it talks about it more. We're really trying to focus on community engagement and awareness of projects happening in the city where they can access resources to learn more about our regulations and how they can report things to the city as well so that we can address them if there was an illegal tree removal. So that has been a really big focus since the tree code was adopted for the first time in 2022 to really enhance the public information that we have out there and also internal communication channels on how we can communicate so we're all aware of big removal projects that might be happening and we can pass those through our channels as necessary.
Okay. Well, last comment, since you mentioned it, sort of the education, I have been thinking about, and I did talk to staff about, are we doing enough to let developers who develop in our city and particularly tree companies that they hire as subcontractors to do tree management during land surface modifications for development, do they understand our code the way we would want them to understand our code? Should we have a more formal system in place? Should they have to, watch a video and take an exam and evidence that they understand our tree code and what's expected of them? I'm not necessarily suggesting that. I just want to make sure, I want to be thinking about that too, since you mentioned educating folks. The companies that do the tree services and the developers are some of the folks that we may need to make sure understand our code the best and understand the same way we do.
Yeah, thank you for that comment.
Yeah.
Very important.
I saw the director move his.
Sorry, just to chime in really quickly. These are really good questions. I think that the one thing I would flag for the City Council is that one of the items that we have on the planning work program is a revision of our code enforcement regulations. And that one of the intents behind that is to make it a lot easier to enforce on some of these rules, because I think council has been very generous in giving us a lot of the resources that we need to do a better job enforcing, like a third code enforcement officer, for instance. But the code enforcement process, even for tree removals, is really onerous right now. Like if somebody, deforests their property illegally, right, we actually have to bring them to a hearing examiner and then have the fines imposed that way, as opposed to just being able to impose fines and then have that developer potentially appeal those fines to the hearing examiner. So we will be bringing a package of amendments like that to council, and I think that is probably the one big remaining tools that we could use to be really effective in enforcing these rules. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Katie and Allison and Adam and the entire tree team. This is a great update. I'm really excited to play around with the public tree inventory once that's available. That looks fun to look at those data. I know Mayor Curtis looked a little bit excited to delve into that too. Wanted to ask about just a couple things. First, the tree canopy. Thank you so much for raising that. It won't be a surprise that I'm just going to lend my support about, updating that data, those data as often as we can. I'm curious, you mentioned the plan is for us to update that every 3 to 4 years, but the data are available every 2 to 3 years. Is there a reason why we wouldn't align with the data availability every 2 to 3 years? Is it a resource issue? Is it expensive, or what's the?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think it is worth considering to see if every 2 to 3 years would be a good option for us. I think, ultimately with Canopy, things don't change overnight, and so we could certainly invest the resources into hiring the consultant to do that update for us every 2 to 3 years, but I'm not sure that we'll see a lot of change necessarily, or net change in our Canopy within that small time frame. But it is certainly worth considering, and I think we'd need to confirm with those consultants that do this is their bread and butter, if every 2 to 3 years, if they've done that for other cities, I'd be curious to know, are they seeing a lot of change or data insights based on that, and just do a little bit more research on that to see if it would be a good fit for us. But I definitely think it's worth exploring.
Yeah, that would be great to have that information.
And it's not too costly.
Yeah, thank you for that. And then my second question is around the public tree planting. I think that's great, and the site selection. I'm glad that we're moving forward with having a plan for where to plant these trees from tree banking. One thing I didn't see that may be incorporated, but I didn't see the DEIB team on the tree team, and really thinking about environmental justice in selecting of those sites and in prioritizing the sites as far as tree planting. I just would love to see that as part of it as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
That's a great comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Sweet.
Just briefly, Katie, thank you so much for this. I love the report card, love the pictures. And I love the fact that we've actually made so much progress. And I want to thank you for the event that we did at 132nd Park, planting those trees, and just the community's enthusiasm around the trees that we gave away was absolutely palpable. So good job, and keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thanks. Hey, Adam, when you bring back those amendments, I would like some feedback on if you think the dollar amount of fines is creating a significant deterrent to violations. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. We can do that. And we did,
Well, we did it in 2022 with the tree code update, and we wrestled with that. And I'm kind of wondering over the past 2 years if it's worked.
Yeah, we increased fines actually, I think, and I want to say in 2019, 2018, something like that, very significantly actually. And we're collecting quite a bit of money from illegal tree removals, which is a good and a bad thing. We do report on that in the quarterly planning update. That's some new information that we added. But we can definitely bring back more information on the extent of growth in those fees or fines, and sort of whether we think they're enough. But they're very substantially increased from what they used to be.
Hey, thank you.
Thank you. Katie, I love this, and I love seeing all the information, and it's very interesting because I love the fact that we're looking good on biodiversity. I thought it was very interesting that we're actually below our needs on 2-inch caliper, which would not be what I would guess. But as you said, it's our future tree canopy. So this is great. I just want to jump on the code enforcement conversation, and I would be interested in, how many years since we've passed our tree code, what has been the impact of it. One of the things we asked in particular was for people to self-report when they legally move trees from their property. I would love to see how that's gone and what we're seeing. But I think it's great. So thank you so much for coming to present to us tonight.
Thank you.
All right. And we are concluded with our business agenda, and we are on to reports. City Council reports, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to let everybody know during the last 2 weeks, Mayor Curtis and I have been meeting with the chair and vice chair of our boards and commissions and our neighborhood associations. These meetings were informal and had no agenda. So far, we've met with the chair and the vice chair of the Juanita Market South Rose Hill, Bridle Trails, Norkirk, and Finn Hill Neighborhood Associations. Each of these meetings highlighted some neighborhood-specific concerns and opportunities that we'll be following up on. We also discussed efforts to build membership, and the more successful neighborhood associations are the ones that are focusing on community building and social events, paired with any work that they do on policy. But you have several neighborhood associations that are just looking at social gatherings and are building interest that way. For our boards and commissions, we've met with the Human Services, Cultural Arts, Transportation Commissions, the Park, Library, and Design Review Boards, and the Senior Council. It was super impressive on the passion and expertise and involvement and engagement that each of the leaders of these boards and commissions displayed. Some common themes of what we heard from them was interest in more training and also interest in more involvement and potentially direction from the city council. Often we got the question from multiple boards and commissions that they were unsure of their mandate and how far they could go, and then wanted some more direction. So we are about halfway through this journey, and look forward to meeting with the neighborhoods and the boards and commissions we haven't yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pascal.
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Three things, two are pretty brief. First, I'm looking forward to attending the Sound Cities Association networking dinner tomorrow night. I'm not sure if I'll see any of my colleagues there, but I'm looking forward to that. Happy to let you know if I learn anything interesting. Also really excited for the Women's Leadership Summit later this week, and it was mentioned in the proclamation earlier tonight that Julie's just doing a fantastic job, and the whole team working on there's a fantastic team working on the Women's Leadership Summit. It's the second annual, and I'm really excited for some of us to get to attend that. Sorry, boys. Looking forward to that. Also wanted to mention, you probably saw in your email that we got a letter from Leadership Eastside recently asking us to join some of our neighboring cities in sponsoring the work that they do. Their ask was for, I believe, $10,000 for the year of 2024. They are also asking us to consider ongoing funding in our budget updates for 2025 and 2026. The city manager also received the letter and has read it, and he's indicated that he will be considering the ongoing request as part of our budget discussions later this year. However, the Leadership Eastside request for $10,000 for this year is, since it's outside of our normal budget cycle, the way that we would handle that is from our council special projects reserve. I always want to call it council contingency funds for some reason. Anyway, sometimes referred to as that by me. And the city manager has indicated that we currently have $131,000 remaining in that fund for the remainder of 2024. So consider that. We have $131,000. The ask is $10,000. I will also share that I was fortunate to attend a short and powerful Leadership Eastside executive leadership training session last year. It was fantastic. I learned so much just in those. I think it was 4 kind of all day long. Maybe it was 6. I don't know. It was a very busy time last year. And made a lot of amazing connections. I've also been really impressed with not only my experience, but looking across the region, the number of leaders who have gone through Leadership Eastside and just sing the praises of the leadership skills that they learned, the connections that they made, just the impact that this organization has had in our region and in our city is incredible. And we've really benefited from that leadership of those folks. Also, I really see this as an investment in future leaders in our city and in our region. As we look to diversify the pipeline of potential future leaders in the city of Kirkland, this is the type of training that will help folks who might not otherwise have gained those skills because of their life experience to gain the skills that will really help them be successful and effective, and really aligns with our values and our equity values. So based on all of that I just shared, I would like to move that the city manager be authorized to bring a fiscal note for council approval to the March 19th council meeting. The fiscal note would allocate $10,000 from the council Special Projects Reserve to support Leadership Eastside for 2024.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Sweet to support the $10,000 request from Leadership Eastside. Any discussion? Councilmember Pascal.
I just had a question. So have we been funding them every year like this?
No.
No, I think we used to. City manager might be able to elaborate. We used to, and then we don't currently.
We did for about a 3-year period that ended with COVID year, and so after that, we stopped doing it, but it was essentially interrupted by COVID. So was the program itself,
May I
actually.
add?
But
Okay, I just was curious why there was a gap and why we're restarting.
We were one of the founding members of Leadership Eastside in 2005. I was in the first class. And for a long time, we funded people periodically. We've sent CAN members to it. We've sent, I think, some boards and commissions folks. So we've always sort of been part of it. I think they're trying to rally the cities that have been key to their success around sort of this reinvigoration post-COVID and post the recovery from COVID. I think this is a really good idea. I believe we've sent police officers, firefighters, we've sent all kinds of people through this training. And it's training that really requires that whole adaptive skill process and critical thinking. So it's fabulous, and I can't agree with Amy more that you don't go to a meeting anymore where you know people at these meetings because you've been in Leadership Eastside, and they are all going to be here. The class is going to be here next Thursday for a session all day long in council chambers, I think.
Any other questions, discussion? Questions on the motion to approve funding for Leadership Eastside? All council. Ask for a fiscal note to approve funding for Leadership Eastside. Thank you. I'm getting tired. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Anything else? Councilmember Sweet.
Just very briefly, had a great coordinating meeting with Bill Newbold and Maggie Ide, talking about how we're going to coordinate all of the various meetings that are going to go into the EMS process. We have somebody on the Finance Committee, somebody on the BLS Committee, somebody on the Strategic Planning Committee. I'm on the task force, and we're going to have monthly meetings to bring together each of those meetings. We're being represented on ALS by Redmond. I don't know if you know, but Bill comes from Redmond, used to run the ALS program. So that's exciting. I think it's going to be a good process. It does worry me that the whole world seems to be becoming more and more anti-tax, and this is a tax that's been pretty successful for so long. Second thing, I had the first ETAC meeting, the Education Training Advisory Council for AWC. It was an interesting meeting. Most of the time we spent planning AWC's conference in June. We should probably talk about anybody who might be going to that. We are coordinating the curriculum for the classes that are going to be offered at that training. And then the third thing I wanted to bring up is I sent you all an email a week ago before the retreat with regard to the Outstanding Service Award, the City Council Outstanding Service Award. This was a result of a brief meeting that I had with Councilmember Black and Councilmember Falcone a while ago. I lost the notes. Anyway, we believed at the time that the award criteria should be around service, providing direct service or some benefit that directly affects members of the City Council. And that the council member or members can make a recommendation to the mayor for the commendation. If the mayor agrees, there should be a brief proclamation created. Now, what I'm not sure that I'm asking is, I don't know how formal we want to make this process. We have the awards, we actually use the awards as the format for the COVID awards that we gave to every single employee when we gave the, what was it?
Capes.
Yeah, the epicenter capes, anyway. So we use that as the base for it. It is a city council award, and I have spoken to the mayor about this. I am recommending that we do that commendation for, now I can't remember his name, John McGilvray. John probably set a standard for the kind of staff support that we can expect and are getting in our various committee work. And beyond that, he taught city council, I think, more about rates around solid waste, wastewater, and water than anybody in our career. So I'm not sure that's a motion or.
Well, I think you have two things. One is, does council approve the recommendations from the committee on the process? And second, does the council support nominating John?
And along with that, we would have some kind of a formatted proclamation. I could work with David on this so that there's a brief proclamation that goes out with the award.
I saw Deputy Mayor first, and then I'll go to Councilmember Black.
First, thank you for the work on this, and I wholeheartedly support an award for John. Throughout all the things, in addition to all the things you mentioned, he helped shepherd two waste management contracts through council, which were their own beasts.
And a strike.
That as well. I am unclear on the process for the award. Are you saying that you nominate to the mayor and the mayor decides? Or is there a process that council approves?
When we talked about it, we actually thought that the mayor would be the approval. So that is what I'm proposing.
And then your second question of what we do with this, my suggestion would be to have policies and have this.
Put it in the policy book.
Put in the policies and procedures with our next revision of it. And there's several topics we talked about at the retreat that may have us touching.
Great.
Policies and procedures.
Thank you. Councilmember Black, you're wiggling over there. Do you have anything to say?
What's the matter, honey?
I'll just be transparent. I can't remember all the details of what we discussed during our meeting.
Lost a minute.
And the fact that you lost the minutes just has me thinking, trying to remember, like, what exactly we came up with, and I can't remember either, because
Yeah, I just
wasn't-
had
I
a
wasn't-
one sheet. It was like a 15-minute meeting. Do you remember anything more
Okay.
specifically?
Councilmember Falcone.
I'd like to propose an idea, that the three of us get back together again and refresh each other's memories and write it down. I remember some details that we haven't discussed yet tonight, but I will hold those for our discussion if you two are amenable.
I'm open to that, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was going to be my suggestion. So why don't the committee reconvene, and we'll have this conversation again.
Okay, I'll ask Amy to set it up.
And it's unfortunate that Councilmember Tim Chisholm never got to benefit from John presenting to council, because he was excellent. Anything else?
Oh, no, thank you.
Councilmember Black.
Thank you. I think, Deputy City Manager was wiggling over there too, so,
Oh.
but he's okay now, I guess.
Okay.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, nothing that needs to be reported this week, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Yeah, this week I was on the interview selection committee. We did a lot of work in reviewing the applications with Councilmember Falcone and Councilmember Black. And Councilmember Arnold's comments are well taken about boards and commissions wanting more exposure to us after the application process and after they get appointed, and having direction and more interaction with council. But I enjoyed the process, and I'm looking forward to selecting. And it was a difficult process because there were so many good applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I've had many meetings and many meetings to go, but the one I'm going to highlight is I spent a couple hours with the Greater Seattle Business Alliance, which is a LTBG2QIA, I am so tired, organization, and we had a great 2-hour conversation about how we can support those businesses and also allies. So they chose Kirkland to have their meeting, and I really appreciate them coming to see us. And then city manager, my other comment is there were a couple agenda items that we did not get to on the council retreat. Travel, criteria for using our council's special funds. And now it sounds like the council coin. So I'd like to see how we can kind of fit those into a study session or something like that. Thank you. And,
That was actually one of my topics.
okay, there you go. So to you, city manager report.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. So 2 quick items because we have the executive session to get to as well. So we had a fabulous council retreat. Thank you all, council, for your engagement and all your thoughts on that. As you know, we don't make decisions in retreats. So I wanted to highlight 2 observations we made and get council direction on this. The first is the council received a pretty detailed presentation on the representative sample survey and the online survey and the other feedback about whether or not to proceed with a pool on the ballot in 2024. I think the general reaction to all that information was that we should cease exploration of that. And so I wanted to confirm that that's the general sense of the council from the retreat tonight, and to ask council's agreement for me to bring back a resolution essentially laying out, not proceeding in 2024, but also laying out next steps, because we talked about some things such as could we explore things at the Peter Kirk pool to increase swim lesson capability and so forth. So that's both an observation and a comment about bringing something back to the March 19th council meeting. I just want to make sure council would be okay with that. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Yes, and I would be interested in a feasibility study at some point on the Peter Kirk pool and a temporary enclosure, bubble, canopy, tent, whatever you want to call it.
I'm going to suggest that first we send him the last one. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So that would be one of the things I'd include. The second thing is also related.
Oh, okay.
We had a very brief discussion about a potential Kraken proposal for the Houghton Park and Ride. I want to just highlight to the council that you all received an email that came in as a city council email, so it was put in the R. Kirkland, so you may have seen it as the R. Kirkland. So this was the short overview proposal sent by the Kraken that we had received back in December. Went to Deputy City Manager Jim Lopez. At that time, we told the Kraken that the direction of the council was to look at the Houghton Park and Ride for the pool. However, want to get council's permission to engage that proposal and bring back options for the council about how we might proceed looking at some of those things and evaluating them. There's a lot of questions I have from looking at it. I'm sure there's council more questions, but we'd come back to you at the next meeting to say, here's the next steps we might take in terms of things like tours and however else we might want to evaluate this proposal. So I just want to see if council is okay with that.
Looks like it.
Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Not only am I okay with it, but I would like to see it expedited. And I don't know what expedited means, but I just made up a word, but whatever.
Thank you. And finally, the last thing I was going to bring up is we did skip some items, as the mayor said, and staff is proposing to bring them back to you in various ways, mostly as an update to council policy and procedure. So drafts for council to look at under the business items, and then you can make amendments and then bring it back for final action at a future meeting. So we'd go ahead and put those in the March, April council meetings on the calendar, unless there's objection.
Looks like we're in.
Okay. And any other calendar updates from the council?
Just a comment. I did mention this. We're all getting tired. The AWC meeting in June, could we get it noted somewhere on a calendar just because if people are planning on going? Yeah.
A conference.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Anyone else?
that's all I have.
All righty. So we're past 10 o'clock, so no further items for the audience. We're now going into executive session with our city attorney to discuss potential litigation. Following our executive session, we will reconvene only for the purposes of adjourning the meeting. Adjourning the meeting would help. We estimate that adjournment will occur at approximately, we think it's going to take
20
20
minutes.
minutes, so 10:45. And just again, we're only coming back for adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Really not coming back.
Yeah.